And there we go. Hello there, how you all doing? Hope this Friday is treating you all well, and I guess happy Halloween or spooky season, spooky day, spooky month, or all that. Hope you're enjoying yourself however you decide to celebrate or do these kind of things for the spooky month. Around here, it's not really something that happens too traditionally, and I've not really had anything specifically planned to do personally for the day, aside from just what I decided to do for my streaming things. But that's kind of it. I don't really like, I occasionally do like a few things here and there for like the seasonal days, but not too often. But yeah, there was no like, I don't know, personal or own life plans for the spooky season. You know, family related, we don't really it's not really celebrated. It's not really a thing here in the East. Technically we have a kind of our own Halloween, in a way, at the very least a pagan one that it's not really practiced anymore either, which it's not on the which doesn't happen in October. That one happens actually end of November instead. But you know, again, it's a pagan thing. It's no longer practiced. It's not really happening that either. But yeah, not much on that end here for the spooky season. So however you prefer, if you just like to be in the spooky atmosphere, enjoy some content of whatever format, maybe actually, you know, dress up, do your thing. I don't know, I'm a VTuber, I always technically dress up in a way, in a digital way. At the very least I do dress up, but aside from that, not or you know, just simply vibing in the atmosphere. For me, like, I don't know, I have my moments where I get like kind of back into that kind of spook corner, like, or like spook vibe, but it doesn't have to be like an October thing. It just happens whenever I feel like I want to jump back into you know, feeling those you know, kind of interesting, not necessarily more, I guess more atmospheric, more thriller. I'm a sucker for like mysteries. I'm a sucker for even though I am a person of logic and I'm very scientifically driven, I do have a weird fascination with the supernatural. I'm still a skeptic. I'm not much of a believer, but I don't know, I just still find it fascinating. I like into those kind of stories and see like what's the deal, like what are the interpretation, representation, all that kind of thing. That, and equally, you know, anything space related, which depending on how you look at it, it could be seen as spooky or supernatural or anything of that sort. You know, Counters of the Third Kind, which does kind of remind me that at some point maybe we should go check again some Voices of the Void, because that was like an interesting game. I did enjoy it. It's very like kind of like low back chill kind of vibe game, and maybe at some point we'll look at it again. To be fair, there's many things right now kind of keeping me on the gaming side, specifically kind of keeping me busy, because I'll be honest with you all, yesterday I've been just overtaken by Do It Night Abyss. I've just been grinding, because I realized apparently, you know, if I don't have that kind of like, you know, gacha limit of, oh yeah, you can, this is the X amount of activity you can do per day, and that's it, you can't really advance more than that. I'm just gonna let loose and just advance as much as I want with the character. I just fucking went buck wild with Rebecca yesterday and started, you know, upgrading her. I've also decided like currently my support characters for her, it's still Truffle and the Fox Hunter, the main character. Mostly because, you know, when it comes to new characters and progression, currently we are still a bit stalled until we continue the story next week on stream, which definitely the first stream of the week is going to be more Do a Night Abyss, because there's also another problem that I've dealt with. We stopped at a point where in the main story, I am required to do a commission to continue or advance the story, and that commission specifically is the commission that that I have to do to get myself weapon advancement materials. And I'm afraid to do that mission off stream in the fear that, you know, I might receive like some sort of cinematic or some other thing related, like after I'm done with the commission, and I don't want to trigger it while I'm off stream and all that kind of thing. So because of that, I've not upgraded my weapons at all. I've upgraded everything else. Like currently at my account level, I think I'm 35 or 36. So I already have a few level 50 characters already with their abilities upgrade to the best I can. There is like technically a side ability that or like a buff effect ability that I cannot yet upgrade because it requires an item that is obtainable from, I think, from the weekly content. So until we get back to the storyline and unlock the weekly content next next week, that's gonna be it for me. Which we might be pushing. I'll have to see. I'll have to think about it. I think we might be pushing the main storyline first. I'll have to decide. It only depends on how long it is until we unlock the side content, because there's also the storyline for Psyche that we have left over, so we'll have to cut it out. That turns out. But either way, I'll figure out. I'll probably look a bit into it to see. But yeah, I've just been taken over by that. I've just farmed that. I've gotten Rebecca at kind of like her second tier, like Diamond, Eidolon, Constellation. I think I forgot exactly what it's called. It has like a weird name in the game, Inotron or something like that. Which it's basically the kind of, you know, a refinement if you get like duplicates of the character. But yeah, I farmed her to the second. To her second version because it's I looked at it and yeah, that second version is busted. Literally, I can put 5 Medusas down. I have insane rage because now I've also farmed her two, I think currently probably best in slot weapons, which basically increase her skill range, which makes the AoE of the Medusa even bigger. And with the Inotron 2, I can also have more dot stacks per enemy, and at the same time I can now place 5 Medusas instead of 3, which it's insane because that means that I can just make my objective area an absolute terror that melts everything, which is kind of fun. So yeah, a lot of that kind of content I've kind of literally farmed around to kind of build upon her, and to be fair, a ton of the community has said, and I've kind of noticed it as well, that Rebecca's like really good for she's your basically go-to farming character because of how insane her abilities are, and she just melts enemies. So yeah, I've kind of decided to kind of focus a bit on building her for the time being. Although right now, because I'm level 35, I've also unlocked Lynn, so I'm probably gonna start farming for her as well. Pretty soon, but first I'm also want to focus on a few of the support characters. Right now I want to get a weapon for the Fox Hunter that I'm still farming for, and there's a few more, but yeah, I've been caught by the farming craze with that, which again, I've not have like a full verdict on the game. I still need to reach the, you know, kind of the point where I'm in the end game, do a lot of content and all that kind of thing. But considering that, you know, we are not limited in how much we can do per day, I think the account level and the unlock for grind is gonna get really quick there. So I think even less than a month, I'm gonna probably get a feel of what the end game content and what it means for me to have built characters in advance and all that. So this might be the conclusion for it might come a lot faster actually. But overall, we're gonna talk more about it on I think on Monday. Because there is something that I want to participate on Tuesday, which happens around evening my time, like around the time I would be streaming. So which I don't think it would be too long, but it would be like mid-stream schedule, and I don't want to like then, you know, interrupt it or mess around with, I don't know, how I do the stream for that day. So instead, we're gonna just shift as we did this week with a stream on Monday once again. So, and that stream is gonna be doing either this 100%. That's the stream. That's what we're gonna do, because I need to progress with the story. I need to get past of that whole fucking story thing of not being able to of having to pause myself from getting the upgrade materials for weapons, because right now all my weapons are still level 20 because of that. But yeah, I'm still like reserving my general idea, my thoughts on it, but definitely a thing that I feel about it in case I'll get to a point where I'm really feeling like I'm not enjoying it or it's not really my thing. It definitely unlocked my want to play Warframe again. Like, that's 100% sure, which might become a thing. Like, depending on how quick we advance, I might be doing a thing. We might do something I'm debating. It's also like another reason why I want to do Mondays again is because I noticed like this week the Monday stream was pretty good, like if we're talking about number wise and all that kind of thing. So I'm kind of wondering if I should revert back to doing the whole Monday streams, like Mondays and Tuesdays instead. Have Fridays and Wednesdays, and have like the once again like that midweek where I don't do anything, and I just have because I think it might be a lot better. I don't know why I have that suspicion that scheduling wise it might work a lot better for me. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking on it right now on that idea, but we'll see. So definitely kind of like Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. So I have something that is weekend related and something that is kind of beginning of the week where people are probably just at home chilling, you know, for the start of the week, that sort of thing. So maybe that way, maybe that's the plan that I'm thinking on. I'll have to figure it out. I'm still like kind of thinking about it, and maybe just have a few days in the midweek where I do other things. Or at the least, those days within the midweek enable me to do other things or to participate in other stuff. I'll think about it. But yeah, that's one of the reasons, and maybe we can do something like what I would like to call it, the Monday grind, where we just play a game that is a bit has a bit of that kind of like grindy element, and or something of the sorts, and just do that for the funsies. That'll be interesting, I think. But yeah, so who knows, maybe once we get on story with the do at night the best stuff, maybe we are also gonna jump on Warframe and do a bit of fun times with that as well. Maybe that sounds like something. Kind of thinking about it and kind of like debating, because it definitely kind of caught back my bug of kind of want to play Warframe. And as I said before, I kind of want to like start it back from scratch, because you know a lot of Warframe has gone through so many changes. I don't really understand it anymore. Like what exactly am I supposed to do? I had like an account where I've done some progress here and there, but I typically do not remember anything. So I don't feel like I feel bad with losing whatever I lost in that account. I'm completely content with that idea. Like, you know, I think currency-wise, I think I have like, or like, you know, money-wise, or like any money that I might have put in the game, which I don't think I put much, or if I even put any, considering that you can get all the premium currency for trading. Is I think for like 2 skins, Warframe skins, one for Saren and one for Valkyrie. I think that was it. I don't think I put too much money in else. So yeah, we might jump into some more Warframe and do some of that. That'd be interesting. That's not like an idea. I don't know. That's something I'm kind of like thinking on. Sounds like something fun to, you know, kind of do like the Monday grind. And have that like some like a part of content. And you know, basically we initially are going to focus on advancing, I don't know, with story content, with other things when it comes to that game. Warframe is definitely gonna have a lot more downtime between story stuff, because I think at the beginning of the game you still have to do all the planet unlocks, or like having to advance to certain stages with the planets and all that. So that's definitely gonna be something there, and for us to do. And I would have also some goals for some Warframes to obtain. Definitely one of them being Garuda, 100%. She blood spike abilities vibes, like yeah, that's full-on vampire vibes, like 100%. I've chosen a few Warframes that I think I've already kind of like thought a bit about it, because I was thinking on doing a Warframe, like jumping back into Warframe for a while, especially after seeing like some new updates and like literally what they kind of revealed in recent months with the Tenacon. So that looks really interesting. Yeah, maybe do like making that like another usual thing for Monday for our like kind of stream schedule. And because it's a kind of, you know, it's just a grind stream type of thing, it doesn't necessarily feel like we have to commit always to just to do those streams. You know, sometimes I can just jump in and do something else instead and continue later. So it never feels like I'll lose it. It's just for me to just you know, I guess do some of that grind and do some of those things in my own time, and during stream time. That's basically it, and be like chill days for streaming. And who knows, maybe we can like talk ideas, talk things like when it comes, because both of those games are very focused also on the idea of kind of building, how to kind of play around in the game. I'm getting some ideas. I'm still like learning with Divinity Abyss what's like the shenanigans and what exactly are like good things. I've already been told like there is an item that I'm already kind of farming that is kind of like definitely will shift and make the game a lot smoother. It's one of like the demon wedges and all that. But anyways, I'm getting a bit off track with all this and just talking about Warframe and Warframe-like games. But so far from what I've looked into Divinity Abyss, it looks interesting. There's some other things that I've discovered about it, which does give me a good hope that this game might actually be a lot of fun and probably quite long lasting. There is some odd concerns, or like some not necessarily concerns, but there is something that we'll have to see like long term how exactly it's gonna develop. But definitely so far it looks like has potential. So yeah, anyways, that's it up for me to kind of just mentioning that I'm right now in the deep end of just grinding shit, and I don't know, there's like something cathartic about it. But yeah, or like just doing your grind, having something in the background and just not care too much about things. And it's fun to occasionally do that sort of stuff. But yeah, aside from that, yeah, a lot of things. Well, to be fair, there's like a thing today that kind of hit me that I was like, okay, I guess I could just not necessarily feel like I have a win fully. I just only get like half wins, is because yesterday actually officially I've paid off all my debt, because that's when I got like the cash in from the last donations, which once again, thank you so much. I've already talked a bit about it on Wednesday and mentioned all about that. But again, thank you so much for the support and all that. And officially, all the entire amount has been paid yesterday, because that's when I received the last of my donations. But the thing is, today the bank has basically hit me. Oh, by the way, here's a bill for taking you off the credit registry, and now you're back in the negative again. Teehee. I'm like, really? Are you like for real? Like, could you have made that bill, tax cut, whatever, to remove me from the credit registry as part of me paying off the debt? Like, couldn't you have added it on top of it so I've been aware of it? Because I legitimately, it like took me out of nowhere. I was not fully aware of it. So yeah, I'm once again in like the fucking negative. It's not much. It's fine. I'll deal with it. But I just didn't like one day I'm like, yay, finally I'm no longer in. I don't feel like I'm anymore in the negative. The day after, nope, you're in the negative again. Suffer. So yeah, that's not fun. But again, I'll figure it out. It's fine. It's not a lot of money that has been taken. But I just didn't like to see that whole shenanigans again. And again, I would have loved a warning or something. I'm not even remembering if I've been told that, because fuck, I took this loan 3 years ago, so I have no memory of it at this point. But I just did not enjoy that. Oh yeah, you're just now in the zero, so fun. I'll have fun with that. Not even the zero, in the negative, because overdraft me, because I didn't have that money on my account. Annoyance. But yeah, I'll deal with it. I'm not here to as I said before, I'm not here to kind of pressure on with other help or donations or anything of sorts, because as I said before, now that this has been covered, at the very least for the remainder of the week, I want to kind of like push you all towards doing other fun things like charity and that sort of thing. I completely forgot yesterday to like share around people who jumped on like charity streams and all that. I completely forgot. Again, I got enamored in the whole just go on there and do some grinding sort of scenario. And yeah, but yeah, sorry about that. It do be like that sometimes. It be happening. But anyhow, I think now that we are but yeah, I'll see how it is. So yeah, I'm still encouraging you all to if you want to help out financially in other ways, just go around, find the I see like around like some other people doing charity stuff. I think there's still some people doing some stuff today. I'm pretty sure. I know for a fact Ray's gonna do. I'm pretty sure like there's some other ones on the schedule, but again, is that whole thing if they're gonna line up with my own stream by the time I end it, if they're gonna start it or not, and usually it does. There are some people who line up, so I think we're gonna find somebody, especially because today, as the Friday and Saturday streams start a bit later, they should be able to find somebody. So yeah, definitely I'm gonna direct towards a charity stream today for all the fun shenanigans. So yeah, but yeah, this is gonna be because we're at the end of the spooky season. Today is kind of like the last kind of big day. Technically for us here, there's still like another spooky related thing that we're gonna do tomorrow with doing like a Blair Witch full playthrough in one stream and having a bit of fun with that and see how it turns out. So that's another like that's gonna be like the final spooky thing that we're gonna only here, or like spooky rated, and then next week we're jumping in with newer things, other stuff. And as I said, Duet Night, the Bliss, and FF14 are definitely the usual for next week. As I mentioned, Void Train has announced its release on November 7th, meaning that for next Saturday we have a new game in the clear for us to check out, and we're gonna jump at it. I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna play it again from scratch just in case, because I think they mentioned, I didn't look too much in what are the changes, but they did mention that some of the start experience has been modified and it's a bit different, so we're definitely gonna look into that as well. So yeah, we're gonna check out a Void Train for the 1.0 experience, because I didn't even realize that it actually kind of lined up since last time is my last coverage of the game, because I think around this time I've been reached out by the developers at Hype Train Digital and told me like, hey, you want to check out our chapter 2 update for the early access and all that kind of fun thing. Like a sure thing, like hey, especially for being a freebie game, why not? I'll definitely check it with general warning. So because I own the game and we're gonna have the 1.0 release, can easily see can check a new indie around the block that has been kind of in the making for a few years now, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. And for the ttrpg things, we'll see what exactly I have like a system I think figure out, or who knows, maybe today's system might be extended for next week as well. As from what I've seen, the book is a bit lengthy. Definitely I'm not gonna cover like at the very least all the thing that is worth covering. It's kind of like the first half, which is still like 50 pages. Yeah, it's 100 pages long PDF for like and it's a start guide. Like it's not even it's not even like the full book or something like that. No, that's just start guide and it's still 100 pages. So yeah, we'll have to see. Either that, or I'm just gonna focus on the core essentials and just keep it at that for this week and for this. And maybe if I'll ever have the 4 books fully, maybe we'll look at it that way. But right now it's just for the quick starter guide or anything else. We'll see. It definitely looks interesting. I don't have much knowledge of the game itself, so it's gonna be also kind of a bit of a first look-see for me as well, which I think like it's gonna be interesting. Be something to kind of jump at it. It should be fine from what I've seen. Like a lot of people who like the dark atmosphere kind of thing one. It seems to be fitting, and from the general idea of what I got, of what I read, a bit of like the quick blurb about it, it definitely sounds interesting. It definitely I think it might have like a similar vibe as some of the WoD stuff, but I think it goes a bit in a different direction than before, where in some other way I think it goes a bit in a different direction. But it's definitely going to be a bit more interesting, which I think probably, if we are and talking about all this, why not also kind of getting onto it as well. Because yeah, the game we are looking at today is called Divinity Lost, which is a powered by the apocalypse system. It's a game in the powered by the apocalypse system. From my understanding, I don't know much about it, but I think this is technically kind of a revival of the game, because it's called KULT is I think it's an older system that has been more recently kind of brought back to the forefront. I don't have a lot of knowledge of its kind of past or what the game itself currently is about. My general knowledge of what KULT is that it's more of the idea that all the life you're living, it's an illusion, and your whole purpose about it is to kind of like shatter that illusion. You're somehow kind of, it has a bit of, I guess, kind of like this very Matrix, but in a more kind of dark fantasy vibe than necessarily, you know, dystopian future aspect of, you know, the reality that you are perceiving is not real, and you are trying to uncovering the cracks of it, which has a bit of that World of Darkness aspect of kind of the hidden world, but it's more of the idea that you're uncovering it. You're not really experiencing it. You're actively looking for it, instead of, you know, when it comes to like World of Darkness, if we're talking about like the hunters, where they've actually been exposed to what's behind the, you know, they've been exposed to what's behind the veil, and now that because they are aware of the hidden world, they cannot unsee it anymore. They now can perceive the inner machinations, and they can no longer live a normal life. They are kind of cursed to live the life of the hunter, and to some extent, and those who choose to actively pursue it also pursue more of it and try to understand it better, because now they're constantly exposed by it. While here it's more on the idea that you're actually trying to go beyond that veil. It's not like the veil has accidentally you know, been revealed to you, and to some extent. So that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from it. So definitely we're gonna have to look at it. Unfortunately, I can't. The PDF does not give me a table of contents, which is annoying, like a digital one. I kind of have to like scroll through it to kind of get an idea, like what exactly it covers. And yeah, it has a kind of like a starting blurred line, general rules. At the very least, the goal for today is to cover up until the at least we cover all the rulings, which is like 19 pages. Then, you know, there's the conflict side, is up until like level 23. Then we have like characters. I think for characters we might just be looking at how to create one, and that's kind of it. I don't think we're gonna look too much. We might look at one of the archetypes, because there's a lot of archetypes, and this definitely goes a bit heavier. Like we might be looking at one archetype to kind of get an idea of what exactly they're listing, but we're not looking at all of them, because it's a lot and it adds a lot of pages. So far I think it's like 20-ish, 25-ish pages. And then we have like the Gamemaster section, which is another 10-ish. We might have to so yeah, there might be points where I'm gonna skim through, or when you get to some sections where it just starts to list things, I'm not gonna look too much into it. So yeah, I'm gonna try my best to keep it within one stream, as I did it in the past, but not more than that. So yeah, because again, it's a quick start rules set, so it should be easy to cover. Now, I'm not familiar by games that use the powered by the apocalypse system. Like, I'm not sure exactly how they work one. Because again, to get a bit of a background for anybody new here and kind of want to understand what exactly the stream is about, specifically for streams dedicated to covering and talking about tabletop RPGs, this is all about me, you know, having a topic to basically just generally have something to fill in the noise, fill in the air, have some filler discussion. But at the same time, this is also a place for everybody to kind of like jump in, discuss their love of tabletop role-playing games, tabletop RPGs, or anything of the sorts. Discuss about current things they're playing, characters that they've worked on, maybe campaigns or sessions, or anything they have in the works and want to gush about it, but you know, they don't necessarily have a space to tell to other people that are in the know, because you know, if maybe maybe the ones that you could actually talk them to are, you know, people who should not be aware of, aka, you know, the game master trying to talk about or gushing about like plot things, but they cannot do it because the only people who understand the plot things would be the players in your circles, and nobody else. So yeah, that's one of it. Another thing, you know, to be this kind of a place for people to also ask for help, advice, suggestions when it comes to anything RPG related, be it rulings, how to approach certain scenarios, certain situations. I have a bit of experience when it comes to game mastering as well, plus aside, you know, being a player here and there. For those who have not seen, this Tuesday specifically, I've been part of a ttrpg one-shot for a charity for playing the Witch's Dead one-shot, made by the same creator who made the Honey Heist one-shot as well, which was a lot of fun. Was game mastered by Arcadeo, who's been a wonderful and fun GM, and I played alongside Sophia Samsara, 2x or 2x full, and Unplugged Professor, which all four of them have been a pleasure, all four including Gamemaster have been a pleasure to play with, and I would love to be participating with them again in the future. Been a lot of fun. So yeah, I've been a player even in actual plays for a good chunk of while. Right now, a bit of a short hiatus because the current Game Master is a bit busy with live stuff, and I'm thinking on and slowly want to work on actually picking up the mantle for a bit myself, and I'm probably gonna have to discuss it with some other players ish, but that's for a later date. If you want to know a bit of my background, I started like in 2018. That's kind of when I got into tabletop RPGs. Like most people, D&D 5th edition, that's kind of was the thing that I started playing. For a good chunk of years, I played, I would say, in equal amounts, both as a game master and as a player, maybe slightly leaning more towards game master. Hard to say. I've not like kept a quantifiable track of it all, but you know, I would say like somewhat in equal amounts. And then in recent years, I've actually started expanding a bit more into other systems. I played games within the World of Darkness setting. I played some Hunter the Reckoning 1st edition, Vampire the Masquerade 20th anniversary, also some Gestalt RPG system, which for those who do not know what the Gestalt is, if you put D&D 5th edition and Pathfinder 2nd to like two ends of a spectrum, Gestalt is somewhere in the middle. I'm not gonna go into too many details. I've covered it also here and actually discussed about the game system as well, so if you want to get a bit of an idea how that game plays and what's exactly the shenanigans with it, you can check past VODs for it. That they're available in places where VODs are usually available. So that's one thing. And also, you know, mentioning Pathfinder, I've also played a bit of Pathfinder, so I have a few games behind my belt, and you know, and occasionally jumping at a few one shots. I'm not necessarily considering the Witch's Dead that I just played as a completely whole game, because the whole concept of that TTRPG was me just rolling one dice to determine all of my actions in the game. There was not much else. It was very simplistic because it was because it was definitely intended to be a tool to kind of drive a story, and that's it. Not much else. It wasn't too complex. It was definitely more there to kind of offer, you know, add the chaos of dice when it comes to the outcome of actions. That's basically it, and nothing else. All of it was left up to the creativity of everyone else. But yeah, I have a few things. Games behind my belt. Plus, you know, I've covered and looked through other systems in the past. I've looked at Lancer, Gestalt. I've looked at the playtest for the Daggerhard system back when the playtest was available a year or so ago. So that's like another thing. I've also looked at Bunkers and Badasses, which is the kind of the Borderlands RPG, as well as you know, for this month specifically, I jumped into a lot of other systems here and there. I checked this quick start for Kental Obscura, the quick start for Mothership. Today, you know, is a quick start for KULT, and I think that's it. I covered anything else? I think those were the ones I covered. Oh, and also Call of Cthulhu. I just remembered. Call of Cthulhu was another one. So yeah, well, we covered a few fun horror-esque things as well. So but again, those are just me having a quick look at them through like the quick starter guide and or like from whatever presentation they offer for the quick starter guides. I don't actually own 4 books or anything of sorts. These are like readily available at the websites you would probably obtain these. You know, Candle Obscura on adreancard press that I mentioned. World of KULT, I think on Morpheus, KULT has their own website, which I think obtain it. And again, I forgot which one was the other one that I covered. Candle Obscura. Oh, and Mothership has this kind of like kind of onboarding website thing, thingamajig that it's. I really enjoyed it because it has like a lot of fun things when it comes to. It offers more of a learning through visual and audio guides than necessarily through a quick starter rule set. You know, like a big PDF, which is definitely more interesting, like general accessibility. Of course, all of it is also transcribed in text, so you're not losing it. So you're not really just having to listen and view it. And it's one-to-one. All that is said in video or all that's in the audio, it's also when it's written. And on some places here and there, you have like a mini questionnaire to kind of put you know, to put your brain to work as well and see if you understood some of the concepts that have been taught, which I think it's nice to add a bit of interactivity to the process. So yeah, that's those are definitely some like fun little things. Yeah, I have quite a few things behind the bell. So again, if this seems something around your alley, or just, you know, just generally want to chat about RPG things, kind of these streams are kind of intended for that. I'm not saying that, you know, they have to be exclusively for this stream, but these streams are definitely catered for this sort of thing. And while, you know, on the other streams, you know, we are probably going to be more shenanigans with many other things as well. So yeah, don't be afraid to just jump in and ask me about any other system, any other game. Even if I might not have experience with the game system itself, I might still have some knowledge, or I can offer you some generalized advice that then you can apply based on what rulings you see fit for that game system. Yeah, I kind of lost a bit of my track, but why exactly I went through this entire like side tangent. Well, technically it was a bit of a segue of it all. Why exactly I kind of went into my kind of intro segue. I kind of lost the plot for a second. Oh boy. And now it's bothering me because I'm trying to like remember like what was I trying to like talk about. Damn. Man, it's gonna annoy me. Definitely gonna be. Oh well, for another time. We'll figure it out. But so right now, yeah, here with our as I said, as I mentioned, with the I think, was it about like the poweredbytheapocalypse? I'm still in the idea that, you know, I'm still kind of expanding my knowledge when it comes to RPGs. Maybe that was the thing. Because yeah, I'm not familiar with the power of the games under the Boardgame so I'm not exactly sure how it's structured and how exactly it's gonna work. Still, you know, I'm still extending my purview of game knowledge here and there. So yeah, but it definitely looked interesting. As I mentioned before, it has this kind of idea of kind of uncovering the secret world. There is definitely more of a dark atmosphere and horror-ish vibe to it, so it's definitely more. It's gonna have something interesting about it. I think we're gonna. It has a bit of a quick introductory, and to kind of get a bit of an idea of it, I think we're gonna read through it. Because why not? It's to kind of just get a general understanding what the KULT is and what is the game about. Yeah. And yeah, I'm gonna run through it as through most of the topics as quickly as we can for today. To kind of cover it, because I don't think I want to extend it necessarily to more than one stream. So who knows? Maybe this stream is gonna be here to cover it fully. We'll have to think about it. We'll have to see how exactly that's gonna turn out. But anyways, chapter 1, the World of KULT. We live in a world where the sun has set. As humans are trapped in an illusion which dulls our senses, binds our immortal souls, basic bodies made from flesh, feathered in time and space. The world we see around us is a false facade, hiding a truth more terrifying than we could ever imagine. Those of us who see beyond the veil find themselves face to face with a dreadful reality. Oppressive, dark buildings, grimy stone walls, doorways and stairwells that lead into labyrinthian border worlds, where ashen beings dwell in shadows. The abandoned home at the end of the street has a hidden entrance others cannot perceive, and if you pass through the blue portal, you end up in Metropolis, the Eternal City. The sharply dressed stranger is actually a mutilated, I'm guessing it's lacerated Nephirite who leaves bloody footprints in his wake. The fashion model is a soulless phantom evoked in physical form by humanity's distorted subconscious beauty ideal. And that charming man from the dating site is an avatar of the Archon Tiferet, slave god of the principles of beauty, affirmation, and shallowness. Most of us humans don't suspect the truth, but we harbor a deep subconscious conviction that something is wrong. Worry and restlessness that won't release its grip. To deaden our collective pain and confusion, we desperately search for some sort of purpose. Some dive deep into their job and work until the stress consumes them. Then some. Others lose themselves in drugs and sex to forget their existence in intoxication and ecstasy, or are prescribed pharmacological or talk therapy to deal with their cognitive dissonance. There are those who throw in with sects, cults, and religions to rediscover the freedom of being a cog in a hierarchical machine, to obey without thought or reflection. Internet tablets, espresso machines, selfie sticks, and other material things provide a sense of security and safety to come. Others maniacally dedicate themselves to positive thinking and return to nature, correct and clean eating and thinking and speaking. Even this is a trap. Our bodies are our prison, and we forget we are beings of spirit, souls far mightier than what we could ever imagine. When our reality tears apart, our nightmares take physical shape, forgotten horrors of the deep are awoken, and entities which used to be our slaves and servants seek us out to take revenge. The terror originates with us, shaped by our psyche, our past. Interesting, so it definitely goes within the what I kind of mentioned, the hidden world kind of concept of where this is something darker beyond your perceived reality, but kind of interesting that a lot of that reality is basically a construct of our collective's consciousness, in a way, kind of like a dream, kind of like collective dreaming. Again, I'm putting like the World of Darkness parallels because that's kind of the cool thing that I can associate it with. It could also be something akin to like the consensus with the mage splat. Technically, the concept of consensus applies to all the splats, but you know, Age discusses it a lot heavier. It's more of one of the kind of its main plots. But you know, definitely talk, and I guess also a few of those elements where every concept that humans think of are technically living, breathing entities and beings. You know, the concept of beauty and, you know, idealized beauty and charm, you know, and affirmation and shallowness. Like, so there's everything, like everything that is part of the human being manifest, and all of it is kind of designed to keep ourselves in this unknown, darker, bigger purpose that we are not aware of. That, and you know, we are everything that, you know, any attempts, any normal or mundane attempts of trying to escape this this weird unknown is just are just other tools to kind of keep us in it. Because, you know, as I mentioned here, like, yeah, it can be pure from just substance abuse to even just living a healthy life. Both ends of the spectrum are still traps to keep you complacent and to keep you in here thinking that you are living your truth, but you are not. What we cannot see. An entire culture of fantastic and terrifying denizens exists in the city's long shadows. In rundown bars of Barcelona's suburbs, dream magicians sit over chess games, where every move reveals the secrets of limbo. Broken creatures wander along North America highways, under railway bridges and viaducts. They make love passionately. They bathe in the glow of stoplights, their eyes staring hungrily for new prey. Wailing in the light, lapping up blood from the asphalt, sucking up exhaust fumes and scratching their steel claws against the cement and concrete, filled by the wills of the death angels. In basements under the Rio's Hospital Vitoria, scientists carry out experiments to unweave the shackles of the illusion. Children of the light live amid heroin addicts under the Bridge of London. They drink blood from rusty hypodermic needles and sacrifice fat-infused doll heads to the Black Lictor at Sanborn Psychiatric Hospital. In the upscale restaurants in Florence, lictors drink expensive wines from tall crystal glasses. The superstar allows himself to be ravaged by something despicable and alien in Mexico City hotel room, desperate to retain his creative glow. Rabid fans intone his name outside. The high mass reaches its crescendo. The divine seed is sacrificed. Something haunts the alleys of central Prague. It hides dark staircases and rides its way up the facades. People who live in the neighborhoods are aware of it. They always walk towards their front doors with their heads bowed low. Do not stop, do not watch, and do not answer questions. Occasionally, a metropolis silhouette can be glimpsed above the city, rising the Black Mountains. The gang rape at the Windsor retirement home makes the old woman give birth at a being beyond death. The catheter tube is torn from her like a second umbilical cord as the beast crawls out and makes its way down to the salt mines beneath the city. In Oakwood Heights, the Nephirite reaches her rotting flailed hand out to the little boy. She feels herself trembling, hearing her own screams in her ears. His skin is still soft. Hers was once. Youths meet at the graves of suicide in Salt Lake City, making pacts with ghosts they now see aspects of, reality which remains concealed to others. They have sold their lives for a glimpse of the truth. They have but 14 days to leave before they reincarnate. Body lies there for more than 24 hours after an overdose, only to spring to life from Bugarini's touch, which, with his needles marks, spoiled pants, and badly bruised face, Jose roams through the tenement block in Caracas, searching for a new kind of fix. The ads in the Metro newspaper have underlying meanings. There, in print and paper, artifacts are exchanged for enslaved beings. Cults seek new followers. In dreams of golden summer and tranquil winter skies are sold in return for seemingly harmless favors. In neat and perfect flats in Amsterdam, nightmarish beings stir to life and paint the white walls with their blood. The alleys of the local red light district become gateways to Yoko Sakai's dream world. The child sings in the hold of the rusty ship off the coast of Somalia. The song echoes up in the hall. It whistles through the clouds, scratches over the moon's cold craters, and sounds between the rings of Saturn. It defies reality, loosens the shackles of the guard weave further rites over her to prevent her awakening. Distorted creatures drag lone explorers into the dark tunnels of Moscow underground system. Soldiers study the grainy films, taking careful notes of those who have disappeared, and stealthily follow the few who return. A lost god hobbles in tears through Tokyo's alleyways, desperately trying to find a way home to Metropolis. Fireflies surround it, trying to console it with their glow. Deaf magicians carry out necromantic rites in the basements of an abortion clinic in Bangkok. Every soul is used as payment for the death of one of Gamaliel's Nepharites. In central Manhattan, the weeping child is initiated into the mysteries of the cannibal cult as the first piece of raw meat placed on his tongue by the singing hierophant. In St. Petersburg, the girl pleads with her father and is dragged off to the bedroom by the man who stinks of blood. As ecstatic cultists in Jerusalem lap up stigmata blood from the filthy stones below the Temple Mount. Mosaic tiles from the city of Alhambra are scattered on a threadbare billiard table in Athens. The ancient tiles are pieced together. The gateway to this world cracks open. White supremacists and radical evangelicals meet at a trailer park in West Virginia, joining together to bestow gifts upon the gods of the highways. Under burning crucifixes, they chant hallelujah, ask Jesus to save them. Caught up in a dream of a better life, they pray to be placed above all others in America. But among their ranks are those who know the truth, that have seen it firsthand. They gaze bitterly downward, while lighting yet another cigarette. In the attic of Bucharest orphanage, the labyrinths of the souls are explored through drugs and sharp instruments. In Speakeasy in Ibiza, the borderlines eat each other alive. They are chained to the cement walls or crawl around blood-drenched mattresses with raw meat in their jaws. Around them, boisterous mobs stand watching, filming the entertainment, their mobile phones down in here. So yeah, I'm just a quick. Oh, I thought it was just a page of quick blurbs of general thematics, but I guess we have a bit more. But to take a quick breather, definitely kind of shows you this idea that there are out there hidden societies, hidden organizations, hidden groups that already have glimpsed what's beyond and are using it in their own way to kind of, you know, get something better out of their life, making dark deals. Definitely also playing into this idea that everything that is built upon urban legend, urban folk has some connection to this hidden world, this hidden, which are kind of glimpses of the what's beyond the illusion. So I'm guessing it kind of gives you this idea that this setting is definitely built upon any sort of horror concept, folk tale, folk story, and maybe even more, from cosmic to fantastical to pure outright, you know, Lovecraftian, or, you know, just in some ways grotesque and horrifying. I really enjoyed that there was a mention of Bucharest, although Bucharest orphanage, the labyrinths of the souls are explored through bugs and sharp instruments, which I'm like, I guess, could I see it? Kind of, maybe. I don't know. Not sure if there's that refers to anything, but it's definitely interesting. And yeah, we see even more mentions of even more locations in cities. Yeah, it definitely kind of builds into this whole idea that everything that you hear around the world, all these awful, gruesome acts, or these dark societies or dark groups that are forming, you've even seen elements of actual, you know, reality, you know, with white supremacists, radical evangelicals, and all that sort of thing, where everyone thinking they're making deal with something greater, or trying to, you know, line their own pockets, and or in some situations trying to get a glimpse of their understanding, but they're paying more than they could ever understand, and soon are gonna suffer those consequences. So it's definitely dark. This is definitely has a lot of like dark themes and depending on the comfort levels and what are the general lines and veils of your group, you can explore some dark concepts, I guess, with this. There are many ways I guess you can look at it. But yeah, I'm gonna continue reading all of this, but first I'm gonna take a quick break because the ad is about to come up in a few seconds, and I'll return once the ad is over. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. So let's continue, as we were still reading a few like thematic blurbs of kind of get a quick understanding of what you could encounter in this setting, or how exactly the setting is kind of built upon. We're just gonna like go through them. I'm not gonna talk too much on discussing more about them. I already did a bit before the break, so we can quickly get through the whole kind of forward overview side of what is the game overall as a concept and setting, and then kind of quickly get into how we can play this. Yeah, to continue about what we cannot see, the suburban magician in Tijuana manufactures meth to raise money. He weaves incantations and allows them to seep into the drugs. Might they breathe life into dormant senses? Might they create dreams and mirages which bring the city's dormant spirits back to life? Also, quick forenotice, some of it might be a bit trigger warning, so I can't really say what exactly topics have been mentioned, because there was a few mentions of like suicide, abortion, some other things of the sort, so depending on how you feel about it, I guess a bit trigger warning-ish. It's not getting into gruesome details, that's for sure, but definitely could mention topics here and there. Oh yeah, to continue. Somber hymns rise up from manholes in Kiev, sounded from the creatures of the underworld. War veterans live offerings of liquor and cigarettes for them and at the culvert close to the power plant. A suicide cult meets at the Istanbul waterfront, drawing lots to see whose turn is it to die tonight. The young woman cries in exhilaration when she pulls the short straw. Before she changes her mind, the others tie her up. They vote to determine her fate. Blowtorch would be her release. Screams for almost an hour. The fashionistas' Milan estate models mutilate their genitals with scalpels, razor blades in front of Tiffany Reader. Unmoved by this beautiful, euphoric act, she simply crosses her legs and lights up yet another cigarette. In Detroit, staircases behind railway stations lead downwards, meandering past chugging machines and flickering fluorescent tubes, till one finds themselves in Thafariel's desolate citadel. At the refugee center in Gothenburg, the velvet cloth is unfolded and a copper mirror assembled. She who waits below extends her consciousness. All lamps go out in the night, allowing phantoms to escape from the labyrinth. Worshippers circle around the black cube of Kaba, shard of Chokma's citadel, intoning so they might awaken the fallen Archon. In Metropolis, the sky starts to shimmer over the ruined citadel. In dirty lavatories in Hamburg, Purgatide lick the wounds of the self-mutilators, who whimper and beg for more. Inferno's reality lurks just behind the yellowed tiles. The man on the stage in Dubai opens himself up with a crooked knife. He pulls out his steaming entrails like a wet ribbons in defiance of physical limitations. In Vatican City, the Pope hides his true visage behind a face stolen from a homeless person, Buenos Aires. His skin cracks occasionally when he smiles broadly. Fallen gods sit in the social welfare offices in Stockholm, filling the endless forms, hope someone will give them enough food to survive, or offer them a place to live. Computer technician in San Francisco discovers curious anomalies in the depths of the dark net. He feels something staring back at him, and unconsciously starts to weave the dream world's secret code. Rokau's basilisk waits to be born. Outside Dublin, the comatose patient at the Beaumont Hospital all sit up in their beds precisely at the stroke of midnight. They call out in the dark, welcoming the return of the blind gods. Shadow detach themselves from beneath their beds and wriggle away to Malkoff's citadel, placing sacrificial gifts in bowls of patinated copper? That a word? Okay. In smothering hot nights in Mombasa, a building appears at the end of the street. The doors open and a blazing bluish sheen becomes visible. With a cry of pain, the gynecologist in Toronto discovers what dwells within his patient. Contagion. Bodily deformation whose sharp protrusion cleave his fingertips down to the bone. In an industrial area in Beijing, the sounds of a roaring chainsaw erupts. And then the scream crescendo as a swollen belly is ruptured, the splashy sound. The industrial plastic soaked. The resigned takes the entrails and rubs them onto his body while singing a hymn in honor of Astaroth. The poet wanders around in Cairo, recording the whereabouts of etched cobblestones and secret messages. Black note. A few days later, he is found dead on the railway tracks. The journal is full of sketches of a labyrinth. Scribbled notes refer to the city of the dead, the demiurge burials. Muezzin in Baghdad opens up his veins with a razor. His fate is dead. A crimson red trail lies in his wake. As he climbs onto the top of the minaret, he calls out one last time over the nocturnal city. Then he jumps, plunging into the inferno and the halls of a Hareb Serap. There he continues to serve the raven of the battlefield. Hallucinations appear behind the skyscrapers of Hong Kong, lingering remnants from the dream world, and another amorphous consciousness. People drown themselves in the harbor's filthy waters to escape from the images, which cut like razor blades. They're in the mind. Forest fires fill the sky with pungent black smoke. Ground rumbles with the earth's spasmodic vibration. In this night of soot and flame, the roads in Los Angeles hiss, curl, and writhe like a snake. The sirens from squad cars are the city's music, and an offspring of Nahemoth's claws its way up from the Santa Monica sand dune. In Poznan, suffocated infants are dumped in the garbage cans. Their little withered faces all bear sweet smiles. Beneath a burned-out shack in the Appalachians, one of Gaia's beasts has built its nest. With a toothless grin, the ageless puzzle box is exchanged for a wad of banknotes at a bazaar in Marrakesh. In a desolate house, the gateway to hell will be open. The last prophet of Fribourg anoints the faithful's foreheads with grease and soot as a blessing. Some scream when they first see her. Others fall to their knees in supplication. Yeah, a lot of dark concept and dark themes within this setting. So, but as I said before, like when it comes to horror, it's all about, you know, being open about what are your lines and veils, what you're okay with, what you're not okay with, and, you know, building that kind of terrifying experience based on that. Because yeah, there were definitely mentions of certain concepts that are not okay for some compared to others. So, you know, it's up to you. And again, I guess a bit of a trigger warning on that end. I'm not sure if there is more about that, of any of those topics that are going to be mentioned too heavily, but just in case, you know, I guess keep your ears peeled, or if you feel like this is a bit too much, I can understand. At the very least for the VOD, I'll do my best to timeline it, so when it comes to like jumping directly to the rules and all that, you're just gonna quickly have a glimpse of that and just go to those points that feel important. Oh yeah, the Demiurge. Ages ago, a being of immense power, known as the Demiurge, ensnared us and forced us into submission. He forged 10 principles, which which bind humanity. Then fettered us and quelled our divine fire, reducing it to a dying ember. We existed completely in his counterfeit world, and our souls fed its infrastructure when we died. Delicate illusion depended on infinitely complex machinery where every facet of our lives served only to perpetuate our enslavement. Our jailers, the lictors, held positions of power throughout our society, keeping us distracted with endless conflicts, impossible commitments, and aching desires. The illusion seemed impenetrable. But then, unexpectedly, the demiurge's power started to weaken. We began to question the intricately constructed system of fate and politics which kept us enslaved. The divine order was thrown into revolt. World religions lost their adherents, and the once crowded churches were abandoned. Over a few centuries, the worldview that had endured for thousands of years slowly fell apart. Early in the 20th century, this collapse reached its zenith, and the demiurge vanished from existence, either having fled or died. Now the boundaries of the illusion are weakened. Even so, only a rare few began to see through the lies. Most of us close our eyes to the truth, creating new distractions to keep ourselves enthralled, nurtured by our greed and vanity. Our jailers struggle to keep our hands tied, obscuring our perceptions, whispering new lies, always fearing we will wake up. They know that most of us, somehow, feel an uneasy sense of loss, emptiness, the pervasive need to know that there is more. The illusion's disintegration creates mental discomfort and disorder, which are controlled with therapies and medication that also blind us to the true reality. Madness, the irrational feeling something isn't right, overwhelms and leads us further into the darkness, away from the familiar and conceivable. So yeah, definitely, it definitely has undertone concepts of kind of punk, or at the very least, I guess a dark, or kind of like a dark horror punk in a way, where the man, those who who look for their own interests are the ones who are trying to keep ourselves subdued and submitted and enthralled and wanting of their supplication, but but nothing beyond that. And now also with the idea of having a dead god kind of concept, which again kind of akin a bit to WoD, because even in WoD there is this kind of whole thing that whoever is the true god might have long ago left or led this planet to die, and I guess in this situation being the god of our prison, being fleeing or dying, and now lets this world kind of slowly crack apart. So definitely is this there is this idea of being against the status quo, fight the power and bring forth the truth and reality to everyone around you. Beyond darkness and madness, when we see through the illusion, we glimpse a world far darker and more terrifying than we thought existed around us. Grim buildings, dirty stone facades, and darkened doorways, leading to labyrinthian border worlds where pale beings dwell in perpetual shadows. Demons and other tormentors target the mentally ill for spiritual torture, using them as bridges to claw their way into reality. In housing projects, local cults worship strange gods and ritually butcher outsiders who won't be missed. Condemned men hunt for secrets of immortality, making pacts with fallen angels. Conjurers solve intricate puzzles by deciphering arcane nonsense scribbled on subway walls. At the end of the street, the desolate house has a secret entrance, which only an unlucky few can see. All gods linger in the slums, bewildered remnants of ancient beliefs, sustained by humanity's dream of bygone years. Creatures no longer fully human dwell in ghost towns, rundown industrial areas and ramshackle buildings in the inner cities. In hospitals, coma patients construct vivid and marvelous dream worlds, places where they can rule unchallenged, even as their bodies wither. Terror also dwells within us when the illusion our nightmares assume physical form. Stalk the earth. Our perverse appetites repressed from millennia birth unspeakable creatures of flesh and fear. Some of us seek our origins, covering pathways, puzzles, and magic to part the illusion and lead us towards the dim light of our original divinity. So yeah, this is definitely an interesting concept. So yeah, playing KULT. In KULT Divinity Lost, the protagonists are people who become involved in or are pulled into the events tied to their past. Past sins catch up to them, demanding atonement. Childhood fears bubble up to the surface, manifesting in physical form. These terrors take shape based on what lurks inside of us. As such, we cannot perceive whatever exists out there without also being reflected in it. Every human being has their personal demons, their own purgatories. In these stories, the protagonists are forced to journey into the abyss, perhaps even across the threshold of death itself, only to discover there is no final destination. Death is the beginning. Okay, so before we continue into this playing KULT, there's a bit of a foreword where it mentions how the quick start is divided. We have the World of KULT, where we discuss the basic of what is KULT Divinity Lost, then the rules, which is a layout of all the rules for players and game masters alike, like player moves, equipment, relations, and characters' developments. You have characters that describe the anatomy of a character and how to create one, with 4 playable archetypes. I'm guessing these are just the ones currently available that are freely available for the quick start. Game Master sections, important aspects of the Game Master role, such as Game Master rules and the horror contract. Story, which I'm guessing, yeah, elaborates more about the settings and how to create opponents. The truth, the black pages that follow chapter 5 are an overview of the mysteries of KULT. Serve as the inspiration for the stories. And then Join the KULT outlines 2 free scenarios available to read, run, and take inspiration from, or simply learn more about KULT. It also features an overview of KULT Divinity Lost products, from books to game aids. Yeah, it's just it's basically kind of a complete section of all the major elements that you need to understand the system. So far from my understanding, KULT is, whether KULT has a lot of these themes of this darker worlds, darker cults, and everybody making pacts and deals to kind of keep this dark status quo of keeping ourselves meek and detached from what our true forms could achieve, and more. I think it's still focused a bit more on the micro aspect, where even though there are these big plots and big narratives happening around us, we are there to deal with the bottom line, with the small things, with our own small inner conflicts that now manifest and become reality. And the oracles and prophets seek our attention, their graffiti inlaid with hidden meanings. Through their rambling screeds on conspiracy blogs, and by stopping us on the street and shouting the truth in our faces with spit-laden monologues. Yet we immediately turn our gaze towards the comforting light of our cell phone screens and keep walking along as if nothing happened. The core stories, the main characters are suddenly awakened from their slumber, and despite everything they thought they knew, they realize their lives have been a lie. As the reality these characters carefully constructed around themselves falls apart piece by piece, they begin to glimpse a darker world lurking beneath the cracks in the mortar. The illusion is starting to tear. The characters will confront unthinkable horrors. Those who do not perish are changed irrevocably. They will make pacts with sinister entities to elude even darker forces, glimpse the truth that renders their past lives meaningless, and experience both the sweetness of victory and its rotten aftertaste. So, the role-playing section. In KULT Divinity Lost is best suited for a group of 3 to 6 people willing to experience dramatic horror story. One of the participants assumes the role of the Game Master, and it's responsible for leading the conversation and managing the story's scope as well as the bulk of the game rules. The remaining participants are the players, who each utilize the game rules to create player characters, PCs, who represent their protagonists in the story. Before beginning the game, the group determines guidelines of the story, such as where it takes place and notable events in the player characters that have been part of. During the course of the game master is tasked with describing the scene and people the player characters encounter, overseeing events which transpire during the story, and asking the players what their characters are doing. The Game Master also controls and portrays all characters who are not player characters, also called non-player characters, NPCs. If a player character encounters an NPC in the story, Game Master describes what the NPC does and says. In turn, the players assume the roles of their characters when they converse with each other and any NPC encounter, as well as describe what their characters do. All of this interaction is framed in the format of a conversation. The typical conversation might progress something like this. Game Master, and it's 8:20 the evening, Saturday, November 22nd, 2014. Heavy sleet falls onto the street of Stockholm, turning the ground into brown slush. People are hurrying along, almost running through the ice-cold downpour. John, you're hanging out by the slab on a Soldier Square, standing underneath the roofing of the subway entrance. You're waiting for your contract at Daily News, Joanna. You show up. You decided you'd on meeting her here at 8 o'clock, but it's now 20 minutes past and Joanna is always punctual. I'm sure I arrived here a while before 8, just to make sure I wouldn't miss her, so I've been waiting for a fairly long time. I'm probably pretty nervous, considering the people pursuing me, so I'll give Joanna a call see if she picks up. Alright. You call. A few rings later, Joanna's voicemail picks up and asks you to leave a message. Where? Shit. I'm pretty sure something must have happened. What if they know I'm here? Out of the habit, I start fiddling with a gun inside my jacket pocket. You're aware there's a pretty large number of police on the square, and at this time on a Saturday night. Oh yeah, true. I glance around nervously and stop messing with the gun. What the hell is she? I think I'll wait for another 10 minutes, and if she doesn't show by then, I'm getting out of here. Okay, you continue waiting there. As the minutes tick by impossibly slowly, hundreds, maybe thousands of people hurry by you and out onto the wet square, heading towards the surrounding buildings to escape the weather. You're just about to get on your way when you finally spot Joanna. Oh, damn, I approach her quickly. Okay, you start walking. You notice the man following really close behind her. Joanna's got the hood of her jacket up, but you can still make out heavy bruising on her face. Something's terribly wrong here. What do? Fuck. I don't know. Do you want to continue approaching her, or do you just want to stand out in the square? The conversation between the Game Master and player continues in this fashion, letting the group discover what happens in the next story. Maybe the Game Master will switch to a different player character, describe a scene, and ask the player what her piece does. Or another player character introduced into the scene describes the above. Mary, you are crossing Soldier Square on your way home from work when you suddenly see John standing in the middle of the square. He looks panicked, and it's staring at a woman further down the square. It looks familiar, but you can't remember from where. What do? And I guess that's where the scene is set. Okay, this page is oddly more pixelated, so sorry about that if it looks a bit crunchy for some reason. To be fair, it's definitely the pages probably look scanned because they have this kind of odd white borders. I'm not sure if it was fully intended to be like a PDF formatted, or maybe it was formatted in a different way and then translated into PDF. Who knows? Yeah, I'm guessing it's a bit more. It's a weird resolution crunchiness, I guess. So yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, now talking about this, that means that all of this was represented scenes. A scene is an uninterrupted section of the story, transpiring in a single place and or continuous span of time. For example, hello talk between the player character and her lover, a car chase at the streets of Manhattan, talking with a witness for information, investigation of a murder scene, A firefight between the player characters and the bad guys. All of these consist of scene. A story consists of many distinct scenes, and the Game Master's duty is to present these scenes, keep track of time, and move on to the next when appropriate. Typically, the Game Master cuts to the new scene when the story moves to another place in time. For example, late that morning after James has gone to work, the phone rings. What do? You lay low in the parking garage for a while. Your pursuers don't appear. What do? After searching the apartment for clues for a few hours, you started getting hungry. You've all headed to the fast food joint across the street. This seems like a good opportunity to discuss what you found at the murder scene. Talk about. After escaping the warehouse, you all meet up at Andy's place. Sam is bleeding heavily from a bullet wound in her arm and seems to go into shock. What do? The moment to end the scene often arrives naturally sometimes, and the players initiated this by taking actions to leave a locale or move forward in the story. I'm going to head over to blank location. Insert location here. I'm gonna take it easy for a while and wait for the sunset. I want to skip ahead until blank situation happens. Sometimes the Game Master will feel it appropriate to conclude the scene because nothing much is happening. The Game Master can always ask the player if it's okay to cut the scene short, or if they plan to do on something else, so the players don't feel like their actions don't matter. The setup and pacing of the scenes can be highly variable. Sometimes the Game Master simply wants to describe a location to let the player characters interact with it without worrying about establishing a high concept or introducing important NPCs. At other times, the Game Master will want to nurture tension and drama through making moves, introducing threats, or presenting obstacles the player characters are forced to react to. When the Game Master describes locations and NPCs, it can be helpful to focus only on the general impression and some notable details. Let the players take the lead on what aspects they're interested in getting more detailed on. For example, you enter an enormous hallway with red walls and black carpets with gilded patterns covering the marble floor. Several large closed double doors built from aged wood lined both sides of the hallway, and from the far end you can hear a piano echoing from a bright white saloon. In the door opening stands an old black man dressed in a white tailcoat. Despite the doorway being probably 3 meters tall, you get a sense the old man is hunched over in order to fit it. What do? Yeah, just a general description and layout of how a game session is usually structured. You have a story that you tell to a selection of scenes, which the story could take a session, or in some cases multiple sessions, and a collection of sessions can make a campaign or an adventure, while a session is just a few hours of playing time that happens once a day in a specific day, and so on. Now, rules, moves, and roles. The Game Master is responsible for applying and adjudicating the rules of the game. Before the game begins in earnest, the rules help the Game Master prepare the story and assist the players in creating their characters. During the game, they help guide the Game Master and the players in determining whether difficult or resisted actions are successful or not. They also assist the Game Master in telling the story and serve to introduce unexpected narrative twists, adjudicate outcomes, and determine the consequences of a player character's actions. First, moves. Certain actions the player may wish their characters to frequently undertake are described as moves and require following the instruction outlines in the rules. Whenever they're carried out, generally this involves the roll of 2 10-sided dice, doing some simple arithmetic, and consulting the specific moves text for the outcome, depending on the result. The moves you will find in this quick start are the player moves detailed in the following chapters. The disadvantages and advantages the characters have access to that are presented in each of the archetypes, and the Game Master moves. Game Master moves are differently handled than player moves, disadvantages, and advantages. They are baked directly into the narrative and naturally by the Game Master as the story progresses. They are explained in in the Game Master chapter. So yeah, of course, a bit of asymmetric play, as it usually happens. Other rules. Some rules are detailed under pertinent moves. For example, rules from suffering harm and taking are described as endure injury. The following chapter, what isn't tied to a move is described later in the chapter, such as equipment and character advancement. Yeah, that's the general overview of the overall game. Yeah, it's definitely there for definitely a system that, you know, explores a lot more of the kind of darker themes, darker tones. There are, of course, others. I'm curious to see exactly, depending on how it's built, it might be more heavily focused on the darker themes while compared to others, because even with games like I think you know, World of Darkness and maybe even some other ones, there is still like a level of campiness, there is still a bit of level of silliness, and depending on what aspects you focus on within the World of Darkness setting, you have moments of lightheartedness, you have moments of you know, wholesomeness beyond just the core concept that world is bad, then you just have to deal with it. Because yeah, that is not you know, so it's not always just about the dark and gloomy and the brooding. So chapter 2, the rules. When the player character interacts with the world and tries to push towards their goals, it's inevitable that they will sooner or later come into conflict with things stopping them from getting what they want. The player characters want to flee from their pursuers in a risky car chase through the city. Someone wants to persuade a stubborn person to reveal what she knows. A cryptic crime scene shows to be a greater challenge than the investigator expected. The player character tries to convince the suspicious police officer with a convincing lie. The conflicts that can arise in a story are limitless. However, this chapter will give you rules, so-called player moves, that help you resolve the most frequently appearing conflicts in the story of KULT Divinity Lost. So, first of all, an aspect that all characters are in, I guess, are attributed, are given or are dealing with are attributes. There are 10 attributes, each with associated moves. The attributes modify the die roll of the player moves and advantages. Attributes and their moves are either passive, triggered automatically when conditions are met, or active, triggered by a character taking certain actions. The attributes are elaborated further in the chapter 3, the characters. So we'll have to deal with them a bit later, but I'm guessing it's the usual kind of body attributes, maybe some mind related attributes, maybe social ones. There are 10. So yeah, body, mental, social, I'm suspecting. Within, you know, so basically a selection of each. Although there are 10 of them. I have to see how exactly they are like split. But yeah, player moves. Player moves are the basic mechanics in KULT rules and will be activated frequently during play, as they are available to all player characters. When player characters take actions to which no one's triggers apply, the Game Master decides what happens. Often the player characters successfully do exactly the thing they intended. But if they are unskilled, unequipped, or currently in a bad situation, opposed by someone or something powerful, or simply because the Game Master believes it be more appropriate for the story, the Game Master can instead provide them with an unexpected or unwanted outcome, or make a move themselves. All actions taken by NPCs happen as described, since the Game Master will have already determined it makes sense for the character to take action. Game Master would have already determined it makes sense for the characters to take actions. Game Master does have access to moves as well, but these don't tend to have triggers. Instead, the Game Master executes a move of their choice during certain dramatic moments through the story. No dice rolling is involved or required for the Game Master, and the events of the Game Master move transpire immediately and irrevocably. These moves often result in challenges, obstacles, or consequences in the story, which the player characters must react to. The Game Master moves are more about running the game and are covered later on in the Game Master chapter. So, how the move works. Triggers. A player moves always begin with a phrase describing what circumstances trigger the move. For example, when enduring injuries, or when investigating something. Anytime a character takes action that matches the trigger phrase, the player executes the associated move. It's unclear whether a move trigger applies. For example, if a child argues with their imposing teacher, who they have minimal leverage over, it is up to the game master to adjudicate whether the move influence other is executed or not. Then you roll. Player moves include a roll modifier. These are bolded to make them stand out. For example, roll plus violence or roll plus fortitude minus harm. The player rolls two 10-sided dice, adds up their results, and finally subtracts or adds the modifiers. Occasionally, the value will be 0, in which case the roll remains unmodified. Outcomes. A player move will have different outcomes depending on the total. 15 or greater is a complete success. Between 10 to 14, it's a success but with complications. From 9 or lower, it is considered a failure. The player move states what happens in the case of each level of success. A final result of 15 and greater is referred as a complete success and means that the action takes place exactly as the player intended. A final result between 10 and 14 is referred as a success with complications, and it means the player character did what they set up to do, but their success is accompanied with complications in the form of a hard choice cost, or subsequent troubles. For example, if they're fighting someone in close combat, they might be able to inflict injury on their opponent, but not without also sustaining harm themselves. Or they successfully uncover what happened to the crime victim while investigating the apartment, but are also caught in the act by the cops. Worse outcomes than what the character hoped for. Yeah, I guess a bit similar to kind of some of the Blades in the Dark systems, where you do everything, you achieve a goal but at a cost, or there's an yes and kind of adage onto your action, and in most scenarios the incoming and is not necessarily in your favor. And finally, a final result of 9 or less is referred as a failure, and it means the action proceeds with a negative consequence for the player character. Even with a failure, the player might partially accomplish their goal, but the game master may additionally make one of her game master moves. Moves must always push the narrative forward. Regardless of the outcome, the story takes a new turn after the character executes a move. So, as I said before, it kind of has that kind of yes and push forward type story, kind of like how the Blades in the Dark systems usually does it. And some other ones out there, Daggerheart does like a similar thing as well. So, there are a few systems here and there. All player moves are described in this chapter following the presentation of each. Is an explanation of how it's triggered and the effects in more detail. So we have avoid harm. When you dodge, parry, block, you roll reflexes, and you have a mention. And you have your mentions. You on a 15 or high, you emerge completely unharmed. On a 10 or 14, you avoid the worst of it, but the game master decides if you end up in a bad spot, do something, or partially sustain harm. On a 9 or lower, you were too slow to react or made a bad judgment call. Perhaps you didn't avoid any harm at all, or you ended up in an even worse spot than before. The game master makes a move. So this is the mention of the requirement, which is a bit more of this kind of like italic text. Then you have the activation. When you dodge, parry, or block means the player character must be under attack or in a situation where she's about to be attacked in order to avoid harm. Some possible situations include ducking out of the way to dodge a blow, attempting to block an incoming axe with the barrel of your rifle, or running for cover as a bomb is exploding. Then there is a mention of the effects. With a complete success of a 15 or higher, the player character avoids the incoming harm entirely. They may even end up in an advantageous position if the game master finds it appropriate. On a success with complications, the player character has avoided significant harm, but the game master chooses if they end up in a bad spot or lose something or sustain partial harm. On a failure, the player character reacts too slowly or miscalculates. The game master can choose to deal full amount of harm for the player character or allow them to get out of harm's way, but not without ending in a far worse situation. And then we have other mentions of like endure injury. I'm not gonna like read through all of them because these are like the actions that are counting and what exactly they refer to. There is like a wound system that offers you certain penalties depending on how aggravated the wound is, how you can apply first aid, keeping it together, which I think has something to do. More like this. This is more for them as a mental action. Act under pressure. And also gives you a few examples of how to use act under pressure in different ways. Engage in combat, influence others. So, you know, basically everything is kind of like, the moves are kind of like your skills in a way. And those are the things that you are, you know, rolling for, and including combat itself. It's a skill and not necessarily something that is mentioned separately. Although I'm guessing depending on what you choose to engage in violence with, there might be some different follow-ups. Yeah, influence others, read a person, observe a situation, investigate, see for the illusion, and more specifically, you know, perceiving beyond the fake. When you suffer shock, injuries, or distort your perception through drugs or rituals, damn. Oh, okay, so soul is definitely one of the attributes. For hindering, those are some other effects. And then we have, oh yeah, these are like the general moves. Again, as I said, to kind of like fast forward it, not to keep myself too much into many things. These are aspects that you can, you know, learn more of the nitty gritty as you play. We are here to kind of just get the general gist. But yeah, it definitely has this more idea of kind of pushing the story forward and adding and moving the story forward and adding complications and adding different consequences and outcome, and everything is there to kind of drive the narrative by having this kind of very blaze in the dark kind of system. Or I'm guessing even Powered the Apocalypse kind of functions as a baseline in this way. And, you know, it gives you a general, you know, amount of variety. I'm guessing it's done with a D10 because it gives you a curve of outcomes that's a bit more that's a bit higher, because I'm suspecting, you know, 10 to 14 it's usually kind of the it's your average. Those are kind of like the results you'll obtain on an average result. So let me, out of a curiosity, I did obtain a, I think it's 19. Let's forget. Yeah, no, yeah, it's a 19. I'm using a 10s one. That's a bit higher. And 11. So yeah, definitely, you know, roll with consequences is most focused on the your average rolls, while, you know, the bigger, the high highs and the low lows are kind of on the low end of your average. But after we look through the moves, let's also see what kind of equipment you're using that might aid to your moves. These rules describe weapons, armor, drugs, and special equipment the player characters may find useful. Feel free to come up with your own items as well. In many cases, no special rules are necessary, while in other cases, the Game Master may use the examples here and their own creativity to invent any additional rule requires. For example, weapon types. Base harm, this is the harm the weapon type causes before any advantages and edges have modified it. The harm mechanic has two effects. The player character subtracts the harm value when they make the endure injury move. And the NPCs, they take the harm value directly after subtracting any armor. Then you have ammo, a resource value indicating how many times the firearm can be fired. before it needs to be reloaded. The value doesn't literally indicate how much ammo is in the weapon, but it's symbolic of how many rounds are being discharged in a typical attack. To use an attack, you must first ensure that you have the required amount of ammo to spend. After using the attack, check off the appropriate ammo of the amount of ammo of the weapon's ammo track. So yeah, there is a bit of resource management, so you can't fully mention that, oh yeah, I have as much ammo as I need, or it's all for the purpose of driving the narrative. There are elements of combat, there are elements of fighting certain threats that certain items give you more of an edge than others. Distance, a rule of thumb, is how close or how far to a given weapon could feasibly hit its target. At an arm length, when you're close enough to attack it with a leap, roughly at an arm's reach. Room, when you're just several steps apart. Field, when you're within hundreds of meters of one another. And horizon, you can barely see your target with a naked eye. And then attacks, different forms of attacks the player character can make with the weapon. The first underline attack is the default unless the player specifies otherwise. The value in the square brackets is the amount of harm caused by the attack, and the additional square brackets contain special rules for the attack. And also armor. Player characters who wear armor receive a positive modifier to their endure injury roll. NPCs who wear armor subtract their armor rating from the amount of harm they take each time it applies. Light armor, it's a +1. Heavy armor, which is considered something like a ballistic bulletproof vest, while heavy, it's something like police or military heavy-duty body armor, +2. So we're not dealing here with two big numbers. And kind of as an example, for close combat quarters for unarmed, it mentions here that distance is at an arm's length. The default is punch, kick, and tear, which is 1. You can also do a lock, a shift, disarm, or excessive force, in which with their respective damages, and you also have effects. You're in control of the target till they break free. You create distance between yourself and the target through a throw, body check, or push. Disarm, you remove an object being held in their hand. And excessive force, you focus entirely on killing your target, disregarding your own safety. Also, mentions of edge weapons, knife, stiletto, daggers is still at an arm's length. Cut, slice, and stab, it's a 2. Edge at the throat. You're in control of the target until they break free. Okay, so kind of like putting the blade under their neck. Similar thing, crushing weapons, but you also have like knockout and knockdown. So one of them makes a target unconscious, and the other one you just trip them onto the ground. Dropping weapons. You have an actual dropping weapons, you can do an additional motion thing. Then range weapons. For handguns, you receive here a lot of examples which are real life guns. They are either arms or room distance. Combat is shooting. It uses 2 but 1 ammo. You can do overkill, which is 3 but it removes 2 ammo. Or multiple targets, which is 2. Hit up 1 additional target and it removes 3 ammo. Here is your ammo count of how much you can do per round. Because that was the intention, right? That doesn't really indicate how much ammo is in the weapon, but symbolic of how many rounds are being discharged in a typical attack. Yeah, assault rifles, a similar thing, with a few more other options: mow down an empty mag. Rifles, it's just aim and fire, but it's across the horizon. And combat shotguns, which is room and field. So I guess this one takes a bit more of the realistic kind of shotgun concept, which is of similar distance as a as a long range. So snapshot, it's 3 or 1. Base harm is 3 against targets at room distance, and 1 if it's beyond. It still has a bit of that, I guess, element of, you know, you're doing buckshot or pellet storm or pellets. Small close group all hit at once. Same idea. Ammo. Oh yeah, that kind of covers the general equipment and how you do your general rolls within the system. So I'm guessing, my understanding, I'm guessing we are gonna see it anyways in the conflict side of section, but I'm getting the understanding that you might be able to do like multiple of these. Let's say here you have like 4, so you could do like twice. You can do mow down twice or empty the mag. Like here you can do like combat shooting or multiple targets. So is this gauge also to kind of in a way allow you to do multiple weapon actions at in one? I'm suspecting one round, because I'm guessing it takes more of a turn. It has to take like some sort of like turn-based system. And we're gonna get into the conflict, but not immediately, because I think that there should be an ad coming up soonish, but for some reason we are not being hidden by it, so odd and weird. So I have no idea about it. Okay, I'm already getting the notification for ad break, but I think I'm gonna take a break now and wait until everything kind of goes through, and then I'll return. The ad is over. So yeah, I'll see you in 5-ish minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Now that we've looked on to how like general roles and the overall like kind of equipment and how that affects all that kind of works out, let's see how you can use these within a conflict scenario. So for conflicts, KULT Divinity Lost doesn't have a distinct set of rules for handling combat or other conflicts. Every conflict is resolved using the standard player moves. Regardless of whether the player characters opt to convince or attack their opponent, conflict resolution is handled no differently than any other activity. Players describe what their characters do, making moves as they are triggered, and the Game Master describes the outcome of the move and consequences of their actions, and making her own moves as necessary, which in turn incites response from the players. The game continues on as a conversation between Game Master and players, where the fiction determines how much detail is necessary. So, the conflict flow. The order of action between players, characters, and NPCs is primarily determined by the fiction. When the conflict is limited to conversation and intimidation, there is no need to formally track the order, as it will emerge naturally. During violent physical conflicts, the Game Master might need to decide who acts next. If a player character initiates the conflict, they will act first. If an NPC starts the conflict, then they take action first. When the player characters trigger moves, these moves generate a natural flow where opportunities to act and react switch back and forth between PCs and NPCs, which I'm guessing that's where it goes into, you know, within those. Oh yeah, you succeed, but with some consequences, and that might allow for a Game Master move, or during the failure rolls, that's another opportunity for the Game Master to then take their own move opportunity, and for the story to unfold. So, the Game Master has 2 methods to determine which player character should be acting next. It's either a fixed order, or an order based on the fiction. If it doesn't directly affect the story, the Game Master can simply go around the table in a fixed order, asking the player to describe and execute their character's action, one by one. Rather than executing each action as described, it's often more flexible and cinematic to ask for all the player actions up front, then determine the execution order on what makes sense for the fiction. Someone might be firing their pistol while another one wants to run away and take cover. And the third one wants to take stock of the situation before acting. The Game Master might determine that the shooter acts first, since this would be instantaneous. Afterwards, the person observing the situation could make their move. Finally, the character diving for cover gets a roll to see if they are successful, or any other order depending on the situation's context and details. So yeah, this it's definitely more open-ended, kind of you can kind of decide with the table and with the group how exactly this can be handled, or you can structure your own system. An idea that you can see, maybe depending on how the conflicts are engaged, or in what exactly those conflicts entail. Maybe you can utilize like some of the attributes to determine the tone order. Like if the conflict starts as some sort of like within like a stressor scenario, maybe you can do something akin to willpower to see which can resist, can have higher mental resilience and act first. If we're talking about things of the nature of that you're dealing with the incomprehensible, while something more reflex dexterity X could be more for the traditional. So you can add a bit of those kind of D&D-esque elements if you feel like it fits the narrative. But again, you can also leave it a bit free-flowing, so you can decide which role to do depending on what it would be fitting for the scenario. Maybe in some cases it's not necessarily about the reflexes, but about how they are confronting the situation, be it socially, mentally, or physically. That it doesn't necessarily have to be just a quick-witted reaction. This also allows you to kind of like customize it in a way that you and your group sees that it makes more sense and it's enjoyable for you. And if structure played is something that you prefer a lot more than just letting it open-ended, because it kind of gives you this idea that maybe there could be a bit of a bias in how exactly things are unraveling. And letting it to the unbiased result of the dice could be a better preference. Again, that's just something that I thought about it on the spot. That could be an alternative, I guess you could consider, in case you just don't necessarily want to go with a free flow. But definitely with a free flow option, my way of seeing it, how exactly everything unfolds, is definitely through those average or failure rolls, where you also have a negative or a yes but kind of outcome, where there the game master can interject. And you can also add the additional idea that once everybody has kind of like done their turn, then you can also have the characters on the game master side do their thing, and that have not yet interjected, that is, and so on and so forth. And that adds a bit of a fluidity, adds a bit of a unexpectedness, and kind of keeps keeps the table on edge. Like maybe in one scenario, the consequence outcome was from one character, was from one NPC, but in the next round or in the next turn order, it happened from another one. So they are always on the edge. They don't necessarily know who's gonna be the next one in line to do something. Which it's also one thing that can encourage for players to kind of keep note of everything that happens on the table, because yes, that's one of the disadvantages of turn order, like traditional turn order, because the players can just tap out when it's not their turn, especially if they already decided what exactly they're going to do next turn, if there's nothing collaborative happening between other players or the NPCs. So they just kind of tap out, and when their turn returns, they kind of like, okay, give me a quick rundown like what's happening, and then I'm going to jump in, which can be a bit it's kind of disrespectful. I would say that at the very least keep a bit of a note of what's happening around. I can understand that at times it can be destructive. Believe me, it also has happened to me, especially when I do like online play, because I have a computer in front of me, so I can check tabs and other things. And at times I have moments where I feel like I detach, but I try to kind of keep myself locked in as much as I can. Yeah. Now that we talked about generally the flow of combat, let's talk about edges. Some advantages are particularly useful in physical conflicts and action scenes. Rather than rolling for these each time, they're used in stories. These advantages activate only once per action scene and provide the player with one or more edges, which can be spent to activate the advantages effect. If another move is triggered, providing the player with additional edges, they forfeit any edge not already spent. Also, any saved edges disappear at the end of an action scene. For example, for harms and conflicts, when the player characters are harmed, the Game Master can reference the following list for common injuries to determine how much harm would typically be inflicted. Oh no, this is more of a... Oh, I'm guessing the edges are... This is something more that is, if I'm not mistaken, edges is something detailed in the character archetypes and not necessarily here. But it's something that you can use a once per scene. You can have always active once per scene, and only a singular one of them. And if you decide to swap from one edge to another, you no longer benefit from the prior, depending on the outcomes and circumstances. Okay, so mentioned here for harm, tumbling down stairs or tipping over a motorcycle is usually one harm. Collision when traveling traveling 50 kilometers per hour or thrown out a window, that's a 2. Getting an arm stuck in a lathe or dropping from a 3rd floor onto the pavement, that's a 3. Ouch. Highway speed collision, high voltage electrical burn, that's a 4. Hit with a weapon or other attack, it's dependent on the weapon. If the player characters are attacked by opponents that the Game Master doesn't have numbers for, she can just use the following harm values as a guideline depending on the weaponry. Explosive and chainsaw, I'm going from highest to lowest. Explosives and chainsaws are a 4. Heavy firearms are a 3. Light firearms are a 2. This also includes melee weapon and improvised weapons. And only unarmed brawl is a 1. So, conflicts between characters. When the player characters end up in conflict with each other and one or several of them physically attack one another, the Game Master should use the following rules. 1. If only one player characters and the other merely tries to avoid it, the latter should roll hinder using violence while the aggressor rolls engage in combat. On a 14 or on 10 or 14, the harm is reduced, and on a 9 or lower, the attack is miss. 2. If both player characters attack each other, the Game Master decides which of them strikes first. Normally the player character who initiated the fight, and then have her roll engage in combat. The other player character is hindered using violence. In the case of the attacker, if the attacker fails, the other player character acts as if she rolled a 15 or higher to engage combat. 3. If several player characters attack a single player character, one of them rolls engage combat while the remainder roll to help using violence, and the defend gets to hinder, also using violence. The attack gets a +1 harm, so it's a bit more deadly. Also, kind of interesting that they are using player conflicts here. I'm guessing for the odd scenarios, I guess it's probably good to have it ruled out. Or who knows, there could be some scenarios where players could be mind controlled to some extent, or have their actions taken by others. Or if a single player character attacks several others, the Game Master should ask the characters what they do. The attacking player character uses in combat. And those who want to dodge the attack roll hinder using violence. Exactly as in number 1. If any of the player characters fight back, they roll hinder using violence as a result. With results as in 2, sorry. 5. If 2 groups of player characters attack each other, you ask what the player characters do and split up the conflicts in accordance. And 6. If the player character attacks a completely unprepared player character, the attack deals harm with no roll required. If there is a question of if the victim should have had a chance to notice the attacker, you can let the player roll for act under pressure. The threat is that the player character is dealt harm. So you have some examples for the odd scenarios of, I guess, in PC combat. Just, you know. Sorry, I thought I'd put something. It's fine. So. I'm guessing this is for like the odd scenarios because, you know, players function on a different rule set than NPCs. So if a player-to-player combat were to ever happen where, you know, rolling actually happens between both sides of the conflict, you know, you kind of have to decide how exactly that is arbitered, which is fine. Again, not necessarily a proponent or someone that I would encourage. Considering here that I feel like there is not necessarily the same problem as, you know, something like a fantasy system like D&D, Pathfinder, or some of the, you know, some other game system where there is definitely certain characters with certain builds might have an edge over the other ones where nothing is balanced around for the concept of E. Then yeah, that's not a good idea to encourage. Here, maybe it's a bit more doable in that regard because there's not necessarily, I'm guessing there's not necessarily characters as heavily built for combat, while others, maybe in the regards of stats, they might be doing better, but that's it. That's kind of their only differentiating factor. So, harming NPCs. When a player character or NPC successfully attack a non-player character, as many wounds are inflicted equal to the total harm minus any armor rating. So wounds equal to harm minus armor. Normal humans NPCs die upon suffering 3 wounds, while tougher opponents and creatures can withstand far more injury. When an NPC takes 1 or more wounds, the Game Master makes a harm move, describing what happens in the story. The harm move could involve the opponent becoming neutralized or even dying, before all their wounds are crossed off. Normal human NPCs have the following moves: subdued, dying, but can be saved, or death is somehow maybe hit something that was actually vital. For example, when a normal human NPC is punched by a player character by an armed attack of harm 1, the player character can choose a harm move, subdued, and have the NPC, the Game Master can choose, have the NPC immediately go unconscious as a result. As most of the minor characters in the game world are normal humans, the Game Master doesn't need to track wounds for them. They can always simply assume 3 wounds will take them out and use the harm move, subdued, dying, and death. Creatures and tough human NPCs can withstand more wounds and thereby survive attacks which would neutralize or kill a regular human. Opponents are further elaborated within the story chapter, which is not something we'll look at, so that's something for you to discover if you want to check further down the line. So, now that we looked at general conflicts and how all of that kind of rolls out when it comes to combat scenarios and elements where, you know, you require for one side to win over the other. But then again, as we said before, it doesn't have to be as in other systems. Winning over a different side doesn't have to be a total obliteration. Once, you know, we can choose a point when where within the narrative it makes sense. Like, oh well, you know, whoever remained within the NPCs that fought the player characters that are now basically overrun because their numbers have dwindled. They can decide to, you know, surrender, retreat, flee, do all sorts of other things. And that, you know, all of a sudden, you know, shifts the dynamic from a combat conflict scenario to a different type of scenario. So, you know, it doesn't have to always be the aspect of you are completely removing one side of the table. So now we're looking at something a bit more deep within the roleplay aspect: relations. The player characters have relation values to all other player characters, in addition to some of the more important NPCs they encounter. Player characters gain relations with NPCs when established during character creation or during the course of the story. Relation values between player characters are initially established at character creation, but can change and fluctuate during the game. Each player should also create free relations with NPCs: a neutral relation, a meaningful relation, and a vital relation. So, relation strengths. Because, you know, we mentioned neutral, meaningful, and vital. What do those mean? The numbers, Jason, what do they mean? Relation strengths. Neutral, which is a 0, applies to most relations, acquaintances, friends, co-workers, and others who don't have much in common with. Meaningful, it's close friends, family members, romantic interests, beloved pets, personal mentors, and gurus. And vital, passionate lovers, your own children, the only friend you have left, your true love, an obsession, or your soulmate. The relation's strength can also be raised or lowered due to events occurring in the play. After each game session, you may modify a single relation by +1 or -1 and explain why. Relation moves. These moves are applicable to relations at strength 1 or 2. Wish no harm. If you intend to harming or killing your relation, whether directly or indirectly, you must keep it together, with the influence being an unwillingness to cause injury. In case of success with complications in 10 or 14, in addition to the normal outcome, you also get a minus relation modifier to your damage inflicting move. In a case of a failure, in addition to the normal outcome, when missing your roll, you cannot bring yourself to harm your relation. Then regain stability. In a scene where experiencing a closeness, assurance, and affirmation from a relationship, your stability is improved a number of steps equal to the strength of the relationship value. And losing stability. If a relationship of yours is seriously injured, your stability decreases a number of steps equal to the strength of the relationship value. Double that number if the relation dies. Yikes. That is quite heavy. But yeah, it definitely puts a bit of kind of a mechanical play to the general like roleplay experience of NPCs and player characters. And we know with all these talk about relations and the interweaving of them and how they can strengthen or weaken to the point of even breaking. So that can lead to dramatic hooks, which is a player request for their character to take a certain action during the story. During each game session, each player should have 2 dramatic hooks for their character. At the beginning of the first session, the player gets to choose dramatic hooks on her own. In later sessions, the player characters receive dramatic hooks from the other player and the Gamemaster. At the end of a session, when she's fulfilled the dramatic hook, she asks the other players to think of a new one. When a dramatic hook is fulfilled, the player marks 1 experience. The player can also ask to exchange a dramatic hook for another if a game session passes without any dramatic hooks being fulfilled. When players think of dramatic hooks, they may use the following words for inspiration and then finish the sentence with something appropriate. You should finish, reveal, tell, visit, complete, confront, investigate, and develop. For example, you should visit the place where the kidnapper took you, or you should reveal your infidelity to your wife. The player character has fulfilled the dramatic hook regardless of what transpired in the scene, as long as the character executed the verb. Don't dictate what the outcome of the scene should be when determining a dramatic hook, but that should be discovered in play. So interesting to kind of add this collaborative storytelling of be like, you know, I want to kind of like push you into a like interesting direction and see where you go with it. And here, go ahead, do that interesting thing. So it definitely kind of advocates with it. Definitely there should be a discussion beforehand of, hey, you should not push characters into doing something that might feel uncomfortable or might break the veil, any sort of lines of veils or any sort of and that have been established. So make sure that everything still happens within the general consent of everybody participating, not just don't necessarily push them into action that, even though they may be dramatic, might actually ask of them something that is not good of them. But then again, as I mentioned, the player can also choose to swap around with a different dramatic hook. But it's interesting that after the first session, the player character then has to fulfill dramatic hooks developed by the players and Gamemaster. So it's that is definitely interesting. And character development as a final aspect of play. After each session, the player answers the following questions: Have we discovered anything new about the truth? Have we learned anything new about our characters? Have we challenged ourselves? For each question that can justify answering yes, every player character receives 1 experience. This implies that PCs can gain up to 3 experience from questions after each session, but they can gain more experience through the magic hooks and certain advantages. The player character has accumulated 5 experience. They may choose an advancement available on their character sheet. These are increase 1 active attribute to a +1 to a maximum of +3, plus 1 passive to an attribute to a maximum of +3, and it shows you how many times you can do this. Increase any 1 attribute to +1 to a maximum of +4. That's something you can only do once. And select a new advantage from your archetype, which you can only do 5 times. After 5 advantages, you may also choose to increase any 1 attribute to a +1 to a maximum of +4, so you gain 2 additional ones. So I'm guessing you have like a rising kind of, you know, the character development. Select a new advantage from any aware archetype, and your character story arc as you see fit, and create a new aware character who starts with 2 advancements. Replace your current archetype with another aware archetype and erase one of your starting 3 advantages. Fair enough. So it even offers you some flexibility of, like, if you're like you are not necessarily enjoying what you're doing with your character, or maybe something within the story has shifted in what the character is doing, because some of the archetypes can relate to professions. So maybe if there's some shift in how exactly they express themselves or they do their day-to-day, that could be reflected in this advancement. Interesting. So yeah, you don't have like a heavy buy-in, but definitely that's just a one-time thing, as it's shown here. Here are explanation for every advancement. Increase an attribute to a +1 of max +3 or +4. The player raises 1 attribute with a +1. The passive attributes are fortitude, willpower, and reflex, while the active attributes are reason, intuition, perception, coolness, violence, charisma, and soul. The advancement informs the maximum bonus a character may have, which may be up to a +3 or a +4. Selecting a new advantage from your or another archetype. The player chooses a new advantage if the advantage gives the player characters followers or new contacts. The Game Master may choose to let time pass in the story to ask something of the player characters that explain this new ally. Then end your character story arc as you see fit, and create a new aware character who starts with 2 advancements. The player character creates a new PC immediately chooses 2 advancements. Then replace your current archetype with another aware archetype, and erase your starting 3 advantages. Player character keeps her current attributes, erases one of the 3 archetypes her player character started, but gets to choose 3 advantages from the new archetype. Sometimes time has to pass in the story to properly explain the player character's new skill and disadvantages, or the player character will have to change in the story to fit the new archetype to discuss it with the Game Master. So yeah, as I mentioned, it can be something that maybe within the narrative it has developed for your character to kind of choose a different path or go a different path, and that can be reflected by changing your archetype. And because we were like speaking of character advancements and all that, now we're going to the 3rd chapter, the characters, where the very story needs its protagonists, someone with a drive to push the story forward, enough dirt on them to present some surprises, and with some important subsidiary characters, friends and enemies to support and hinder the protagonist. This chapter gives you the inspiration and rules to create your own set of player characters, the protagonist of the game, by using a rule framework called archetypes. Yeah, also to kind of once again, this definitely allows also like a bit of like advancement through story narrative, and I always like when they build something in game to kind of be like, here's how I can, you know, sunset my character and bring someone new forth, and whenever you feel that it's fitting within the narrative, you can do so. But yeah, you know, it's and you know, also adds you kind of ways for you to narratively decide to be like, okay, within this narrative now I feel like this character goes a different path. There is something mechanical that allows me to represent that. And you know, also, as I mentioned before, the aspect that you don't have to like heavy buy-ins and, oh, I created an archetype that I'm not really a big fan of, so let me try something different. Because that's also equally justifiable, as well, the same as you know, the narrative one. So for the character chapter, I'm gonna look at the general, you know, the anatomy of a character. We're probably gonna look at one archetype to see how it kind of it's structured, but I'm not gonna go through all of them just because, you know, it's gonna take a lot of time, and that's not something. As I said, this book, even for a starter guide, this is a pretty hefty PDF. So I'll leave you, I'll let out of you to look at all the details at your own time, because this PDF is readily available, so you can easily obtain it yourself. So, anatomy of a character. Every player character has a past which has shaped the person they are today. Traumatic events, buried secrets, and encounters with the supernatural have awakened doubts that things may not be as they seem. Archetypes. Each archetype provides the player with a set of character options, which help define a unique player character around a particular concept. Archetypes aren't limited to being mere stereotypes, and can be individually adapted to the role the player really wants to portray. There are 4 archetypes outlined in the quick start, from a total of 25 present in the core rule. The archetypes found here are considered aware. An aware player character is more or less conscious of the dream state the majority of humanity currently exists in, due to horrific occurrences in the past, the dark secret. And what is this dark secret? These are events from the player character's past which haunt and threaten them throughout the story. They are windows into the traumatic, mystical, and guilt-laden episodes in the character's past. Each character must have one or more dark secrets. Through pain, fear, guilt, and madness, these events have forged the player character's personality and provide her with both strengths and weaknesses. Now, as we mentioned it a bit in the passing before, what exactly are the character attributes? There are 10 attributes which are associated with moves and advantages. You have passive attributes that are used to resist external and internal influences. The 3 passive attributes are fortitude, which represent a character's physical resistance, pain threshold, stress response when suffering physical injury. A player character with high fortitude is capable of enduring injuries that would drop a character with lower. Willpower represents the character's mental resilience, composure, peace of mind, and capacity of working through trauma. A player character with high willpower can resist the terrifying influence of the earthly and supernatural powers alike and remain sane. And reflexes measure the character's quickness, responsiveness, and physical instinct when assaulted and when at risk. A player character with high reflexes is better at getting out of harm's way. While active attributes are used when a player character's certain action in the story. When a player character takes certain action in the story, the 7 attributes are reason, measure the character's analytical ability. A player character with high reason is good at information gathering and investigation. Intuition measures the character's empathy and gut feeling. An intuitive player character is good at reading the intentions and hidden motives held by other intelligent creatures. Perception measures the character's alertness. A perceptive player character is good at scanning the environment and taking notice of what others overlook. Coolness measures the character's grace under pressure. Cool player character is good at stealth, theft, and other situations demanding quick decision under stress. Violence measures the character's raw strength, fighting expertise, and viciousness. Violence PC excels at inflicting harm on others. Charisma measures the character's charm, leadership, and rhetorical talent. A charismatic player character easily persuades and manipulates others. And soul measures how sensitive the character is to supernatural forces. A player character with high soul has an easier time of perceiving reality and is more attuned to their intrinsic powers. So I'm guessing there might be some elements where Soul can get him to play of using supernatural abilities or something of the sorts. So there is a bit of the fantastical, I'm guessing, that can be available to you and not just the mundane, I'm suspecting. Then you have disadvantages, can be the character's personal failings, negative personality traits, adverse conditions, or external threats in the form of individuals, institutions, creatures, or supernatural powers. The character might suffer from schizophrenia, harbor a rampant urge to take revenge on someone, or be pursued by faceless enemies. Disadvantages are moves rolled by the players, but unlike the basic player moves, they provide the Gamemaster with opportunities that affect the player character's story. While advantages are strength, rare abilities, supernatural powers, and valuable resources the character can use in the story to gain edges and accomplish things others can't. The character might be tough and doesn't get hurt easily, have special training in crime scene investigation, possess influential friends, or be the leader of a gang of underlings. Advantages are moves which either provide the character permanent bonuses on rolls of a specific nature, extend the scope of basic moves, or provide the player with the opportunity to take special actions nobody else can. So yeah, advantages can also basically offer you like the opportunity to like specialize. But yeah, definitely it's obvious that every of the main stats are kind of like built into telling a story and telling a narrative. Like I specifically like the Dark Secrets, the idea that, you know, you have something related to your player character's past that kind of haunts you, has driven you, and alters you. I am curious to see maybe if, depending on the archetypes details it below, if the Dark Secrets also have something mechanical that affects you. Because again, I like the idea that, you know, elements of roleplay can also affect the mechanical and vice versa. So, you know, to kind of basically how I feel like it builds a more solid character where both you in your stats and as well as you in your roleplay kind of tell a story and kind of reinforce each other. I think the character itself, it's more solid that way, in my opinion, because it's, you know, you're telling a story both through your actions and through how you play and through how you roleplay. And, you know, when I say actions, I refer to, you know, mechanical actions. So if, you know, you're always out there telling something about yourself or showing a glimpse of how exactly you act and who exactly you are, and Dark Secret is definitely one of them. Okay, so yeah, it's not necessarily as equally split. So the passive attributes are kind of what you would probably be akin to equally to saving throws. You have a physical one, a mental one, and technically two are physical because fortitude and reflex. Although, you know, reflex can technically reflex can apply to both the mental and the physical. Because, you know, it's also quickness and responsiveness, which, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be just physical. It can also be how quick-witted you are as well. While, you know, the rest are just more active, which I do appreciate that, you know, all of the elements that you would probably encounter within you know, intelligence, for example, being, you know, split into intuition and reason, it's a nice option. You know, coolness and charisma also kind of split. To be fair, like, coolness has a bit of that. I think I wonder if coolness takes a bit under the cyberpunk as well, because it has, you know, a cool PC is good at stealth theft. It makes sense because, you know, you're acting cool under pressure. You're not stressing yourself over. So of course you'd be good for elements of stealth, you know, stealth theft and all that sort of thing. But, you know, I feel like it has a bit of that underlying aspect of how kind of, you know, cyberpunk does it. Although in here it doesn't necessarily mention that it also has something to do with your charisma, because that's something completely different. And so, which I'm guessing it has an equal element of what tells you about your character, but also how the supernatural powers affect you. So, when creating a character, you first choose an archetype and follow the instruction on its page. There you'll find the possible attribute values you may assign, dark secrets, and all else necessary to start playing. Okay, so we're gonna look at the first example because I'm not gonna look through all of them because there are 4 of them and I don't want to go through too much. So, the artist. The artist exists only to create, to give themselves body and soul over the arts. They express this desire through many mediums: a hypnotic painting, music trapping the audience in pure ecstasy, books spellbinding the readers, or a model's sculpted flesh are all the purviews of the artist. Artists have the ability to speak to the souls of others by inviting them into their own. But this ability always comes at a price. The price is paid by the artists themselves, be it their sanity or their strength. So, occupation. Choose your artist's occupation from the list below, or invent one of your choosing. Author, dancer, actor, painter, videographer, photographer, designer, model, musician, singer, personal trainer, cosmetologist, television host, director, reporter, blogger, anything that can be driven to the artistic pursuits can be given. Then, dark secret. Choose one or more dark secrets listed here or under another archetype. Okay, so it's not just the dark secrets are not necessarily have to be archetype specific. You can choose one from any other that you feel more fitting. Curse. You're afflicted by a curse, knowingly or not. The curse has started to influencing your life, and you must find a way to get rid of it. The curse may have been inherited or brought upon yourself through your own actions. Its effects are starting to make you lose your grasp on reality and threaten to harm those close to you. Just a personal drive. Find out what the curse is. Discover how to break the curse. Transfer the curse to someone else. Find some way to accept your fate or take revenge on the person responsible for it. Then, heir. You have been granted a unique inheritance from your relatives or friends. It could be a small object or something more substantial, such as a house. The inheritance has instilled an unnatural obsession within you. It hides secrets or perhaps unknown forces. Might it reveal what happened to its previous owners? Others want to possess your inheritance also, and you suspect they will stop at nothing to acquire it. Suggested personal drives. Discover the truth about your inheritance. Protect your inheritance. Investigate what happened to its previous owner, or confront those who seek to acquire your inheritance. And pact with dark forces. You have sealed a pact with a powerful entity. You may have made a pact willingly or been tricked into it. Regardless, you are now under the being's spell. You may have benefited greatly from this pact, but the cost could be your literal soul. Deep inside you, understand you must find a way to trick the being into breaking the pact. The question is how. Find a way to break the pact, beat death, slay the being, achieve further power or success, take revenge on whoever tricked you into the pact. So general ideas of what exactly you can take for as dark secrets, and as mentioned, you don't necessarily have to stick yourself to these archetypes. You can choose from the others, and maybe even, I don't know, I'm guessing you can also come up with your own. Because again, these are very open-ended. They're not like mechanical tie to anything. They're just more of a drive for you to push forward. So I think that can work. So as disadvantages, choose the two disadvantages either from the ones listed here or under another archetype. So disadvantages are also can also apply to that as well. Cursed, you are cursed in the first session, and whenever you are confronted by the supernatural, roll +0 to see how strongly the curses influence you. 15, you temporarily avoid the curse influence. Between 10 and 4, the Game Master takes 1 hold. 9 or lower, the Game Master takes 3 hold. Game Master can spend a hold to make a move for the curse. For example, you or someone you care about have an accident, something of yours is taken from you, or you experienced a terrifying vision, or you're forced to take certain actions with risk or dire consequences if you refuse. So I'm guessing these, basically you're giving a caveat for the Game Master to be like, okay, let me just spice up something that is going to happen either in the session or probably technically in the session, that's gonna make your experience not as fun. In a good way, not as fun. For the character, that is fun. For the player, probably definitely fun. Then schizophrenia, you struggle with recurring psychotic episodes and terrifying hallucinations in the first game session, and whenever you roll to difficult experiences, you do a roll with no bonus. You maintain control of your insanity. The game master takes one hold, or worse, the schizophrenia overtakes you. The game master takes free hold. Game master may spend the hold to make a move for your schizophrenia. For example, one of your hallucinations takes on a physical form. You view your current surroundings as being hostile to you. You're afflicted by terrifying hallucinations. You're subjected to stark visions, true or false. Or someone in your vicinity turns out to not actually be real. Yeah, when it comes to anything that has related like, mental afflictions, I would say, definitely have a discussion with your players and how okay you are with representing mental afflictions, because, some people are not okay with, the misrepresentation or the idea that, a person is just straight up crazy just because their brain works differently than the others. So always be careful when it comes to choosing these type of things. Always have a discussion with your players, like how exactly you want this to be represented, if you want it. What exactly are your expectations of it? What is the hard line you don't want to kind of go over? And of course, if you feel like it's a bit too much of a stress and you feel like you don't want to deal with these kinds of things, then I would suggest then simply do not do it and try to do something different. Just choose something that is not related to a mental illness, and that should up. But yeah, when it comes to mental things, definitely be careful. Then, victim of passion. You have an overwhelming passion for someone or something, thinking to possess it at any cost. In the first game session, and whenever you encounter the subject of your passion or anything resembling it, you roll without a bonus. On a 15 or higher, keep your passion in check. 10 or 14, the passion awakens within you. The game master takes one hold. And 9 or lower, you are completely in the passion's grips. The game master takes free hold. The game master can spend hold to let your passion steer your actions. For example, you yearn uncontrollably for the subject of your passion. You must seek it out or reduce stability by 2. Your desire drags the subject of your passion into your dreams, perhaps trapping them there. Your passion becomes tainted with jealousy and anger, making you want to control and damage it. And you have to keep it together to resist. Your longing leaves you feeble vis-a-vis the object of this passion. A -1 to all rolls while sharing the same scene. Or your passion can attract creatures of lustful wishing to feed off of it or make pacts with you. Yeah, so definitely underlying aspects of how to deal with passion. In a way, kind of very akin. It kind of gives me a bit of that kind of like the Toreador vibes of kind of losing themselves to the arts and getting obsessed with it. So yeah, victims of passions can also definitely represent a hobby or like a career, because considering that you are the artist archetype. If something akin to your career or the specific niche of your career reveals itself, you'd be like, oh, you then kind of hyper obsessed with it. You just get a bit of that extratism special. Now that we're talking about disadvantages, let's talk about advantages. Choose 3 advantages from the list below. This is and only from this list below. The advantages at the beginning have to be from your archetype. Artistic talent. Whenever you perform your chosen art form or show your work to an audience, you roll plus charisma to influence an audience at any time during the scene. 15 or higher, choose two of the options anytime during the scene. 10 or 14, choose one option at any time during the scene. 9 or lower, choose one option, but a complication or threat manifests. The game master makes a move. The options are: you want to see more of your art. They are affected by the emotions you wanted to convey. For example, anger, sorrow, fear, joy, lust. They look up to take +1 ongoing with the audience during the scene. They look up to you, or their attention is fixed entirely on you throughout the performance. Definitely kind of a distracting tool. Then fascination, whenever you use your art to seduce an NPC, roll plus charisma. 15 or higher, choose an option. 10 to 14, choose one option, but the game master also chooses one of the following. They either become obsessed with you or they want you right now. So depending on the scenario, that might not be the thing that you actually want it to happen. Or a 9 or lower, they are affected by you in a way you didn't anticipate, or the attraction is uncomfortably strong. So choose the game master. You choose. The game master makes a move. Options are: they are attracted to you, they forget their woes when experiencing art, or they are totally captivated by your art and forget all about their environment. Okay, there's quite a lot more. You also have like notorious. Okay, you have a few options. I'm not gonna go through all of them at this point because yeah, I think that list is out. It's what you're kind of like expecting. There's also like some supernatural ones like enhance awareness. Your location where you can see beyond the illusion, snake charmer, forbidden inspiration, inspired by the truth. Okay, you have a few that also can be supernatural in element. And then you have attributes, assign the modifiers +2, +1, and 0 to the 3 passives. Use them however. And also the +3, +2, 2 +1s, a +0, a -1, and a -2 to all the other 7. So it's up to you. Then looks, choose or come up with your own distinguishing features: clothes, face, eyes, body. I'm not gonna all of that. It's up to you when it comes to like visuals. Name, choose a name that is suitable for the character. The locale in which the campaign is set. Then relations. Everyone introduces their character by name and personality. Take your turn, write down the other player character's name, go around the table and establish your relationship. If you know any of the other characters from before, choose one of these options, establish a relationship between the two of you. One of the character is involved in your art and you take a +1 with them. One of the character is your lover, take a +2. One of the characters hurt you. One of the characters is infatuated with you, take a +2. One of the characters commissioned a work art for you, they take a +1. Decide the nature of the 3 additional relations. 1 neutral, 1 meaningful, and one vital. Yeah, interesting that you can choose and how exactly that mechanically is going to affect the other player characters, and then you also make 3 custom ones however you fit. And you also have some concepts which we're going to read after the ad break because an ad has just popped up, so I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we are. Sorry for the slight delay. There has been a development while I was streaming. Well, that technically it was already slightly in development for almost a week now. But I didn't want to say anything until I felt like everything was locked in, and I guess I'm gonna also make a post about it and all that. But I guess I'm also gonna make a quick mention here, so you get kind of like an exclusive first. You're gonna be the first to know. Basically, you kind of like get an exclusive preview of. I'm in the Twitch Creator Club now as a part of the VTubers Club, so I'm officially, I guess, part of the creators. I legitimately recently found out, was told how exactly all that shenanigans works. Because I've had some also other VTuber friends and other people that I've known here and there that started posting like, hey, I joined the the Twitch Creator Club and all that kind of thing. I'm like, how do you do that? What's that whole deal? But I never heavily looked into it, I'll be fair. And then thank you so much, Mio, that helped me out with all that and kind of reached out to me. It was like, hey, there's something really cool that I think you should check out and see for it for yourself, because there's more than just the VTuber Club that I might be interested in that space. But for the time being, I initially jumped in with what is my direct form of expression, and what technically by amount has more content than the other, and that being that general VTubing content. there's also like a tabletop side of it that I am interested in joining at some point in the future. Right now, you know, it's not something I can do immediately. I need to have a bit of activity and a bit of participation on it, which, you know, I'm excited to do because I feel like I finally have like a place for I equally networking and equally to get some information that I feel like it's a bit more consistent and helpful, which is going to be amazing for me. So that's definitely something for me to look into. But yeah, I'm gonna call this like a kind of an exclusive announcement for anybody on the stream. Yeah, I'm on the Twitch Creator Club now as a VTuber. I'm gonna be around there, I guess, as well, for anybody who's also there for that and the fellow VTubers. And I guess once again, thanks a lot, Mio, for reaching out to me and helping me out, figuring out what exactly is the deal with this place, because I had no idea. I'm not sure if there's much talk about it, like beyond what happens in the Discord. And to be fair, like a lot of the content, a lot of the things that happen there are happening within the Discord for a reason. But I'm saying, like, talk in the general of people mentioning that, hey, there's kind of thing and here's how you kind of can join or anything like that. Like, is there anything that actively tells you about it, or like there's any like active engagement outside of just you having to take the initiative and somehow like figure out that this exists and find out? Because literally, me knowing that it exists was simply for seeing other people post about it. That was it. But yeah, like post about their own admission into the server and community. That's it. But anyways, that's just a side thing. But yeah, call it like a quick announcement. I'm gonna make a social thing and post about it tomorrow, not today, at a more decent hour. But yeah, I'll definitely be probably around there a bit often for anyone who's within that space or within that community, and do my own shenanigans. Because literally, I just saw right now officially, it has been confirmed that I'm part of the VTubers, I guess. Anyhow, so now let's continue. We were looking at the character archetypes. We look through relations. We look how attributes apply, what disadvantages they get, what advantages they can get, how dark secrets are kind of like thought around and designed, which are again more like an element of storytelling than necessarily mechanical. The relationship, it's has a connection with the storytelling, and similarly, and the advantages and disadvantages, and how exactly to think of your character. And here, because we're looking at the artist archetype, the game also gives you like a few examples. I'm just gonna look at one of them. I'm just gonna read one of them. I'm not gonna read all of them, because again, I'm not gonna look through all the options because I want to cover as much the content as possible. So for the artist, here's a quick concept. The artist is a burden. The art is a burden, a curse. You shook hands with a hellish-looking man in a seedy bar over cheap liquor and cigarettes laced with aromatic herbs from unknown worlds. You were desperate then, hoping that art would free you. It did for a time. But now you must create until you run dry. No creativity, no love for the game, anything at all. A dance, a painting, a photograph, a song. You are as broke as ever. But stopping this endeavor feels like death. Maybe that man, a power broker of rotten grace, was right about you living through art after all. The real question is, who you have to shake hands with to escape this curse before you die from a lack of passion. And here is already an idea that kind of invokes the curse, some relationship, and what exactly your character would be in a general sense. It's really nice. And that's kind of it. I'm not going to look through all of the others because it's going to be lengthy. And as I mentioned before, I'm not here to look of all the options. That's something for you to look at, which is get a bit of an idea. But yeah, we have a decent selection. Why is the veteran a very stereotypical kind of like Slavic dude, like a fucking Adidas tracksuit? Come on, man. That's not fun. And I'm guessing here is a list of all the existing archetypes from the core book, just so you can get an idea of what you can have as a starter. You have the academic, the artist, agent, broken, the avenger, the careerist, the cursed, criminal, deceiver, and the descendant. Well, and here you have detective, drifter, doll, the fixer, the occultist, the prophet, scientist, ronin, seeker, and the veteran. I'm not sure if these have any, like, the graphic and how they are connected with each other have any sort of meaning. Like the line connections themselves. Because technically the way they kind of show, like, all of them interconnect to some idea, or to some degree. Maybe. Who knows? But finally, as I think this will be the last section that we check for today, because, you know, I just want to check the general aspects, is chapter 4, the Gamemaster. So, you know, we've covered all the aspects of how general play works for both the player and the Gamemaster to some extent, as well as how a character is created. Now let's see how the Gamemaster creates a world and, you know, gives fun little scenarios that are not at all horrifying or putting into question their own morality and sense of self by any means necessary. So the Gamemaster, this chapter explains how the Gamemaster, the GM, adjudicates the conversation in game, makes her own moves, and upholds the horror contract of KULT Divinity Lost. During each game session, the Gamemaster describes the story setting, and with the exception of the player characters, personifies all the people and creatures inhabiting it. The Gamemaster is also responsible for adjudicating what might reasonably happen in everyday situation arising during the game. To assist the Gamemaster in these tasks, she has agendas outlining how the game ought to be played, principles providing guidelines for actions to take, and moves that provide inspiration for creating memorable moments and scenes. And first is the conversation, which is definitely has something to do with, you know, forms of consent and all that and all that shenanigans, because at the end of the day we're talking about a horror system that might push the boundaries of comfortability with some players depending on the subject. So the conversation. To play KULT Divinity Lost is to engage in a conversation between the players and game masters. The player's primary job is to speak for the characters and to describe what they do and how they act. They also relay their characters, what their characters think, feel, and remember, as well as answer questions posed by the Gamemaster about their character and how they live. The Gamemaster's job is to explain everything else, portray every other person in the world, and narrating what transpires during the story. Whenever the player characters enters a new environment, the Gamemaster describes any notable and answers any inquiries the players have about the scene. When the player character speaks with somebody, the Gamemaster takes the role of that person for the scene. All people, creatures, and entities who aren't the player characters are called non-player characters, NPCs, as only the Gamemaster portrays and controls them. So, for the agenda. So yeah, the general conversation was more about like how the back and forth goes between, or how the dynamic between the players and the Gamemaster goes with, and which is very generic to the most tabletop RPGs. So it's definitely nothing new here. Again, if you've been here for all of the other RPG coverages that I've done, it's nothing new. All of them so far I've laid out basically the same idea. But again, for anybody new here who's here for the first time and doesn't really know what exactly an RPG is and how exactly these are structured, I feel like, you know, covering these kind of quick start guides is a nice way of getting a whole idea of all the concepts. So, agenda. When creating stories in KULT Divinity Lost, the Gamemaster should be checking off 3 agendas items over and over. The rules of the game are designed to help. First, tear back the illusion to reveal the true reality behind. Keep the player characters on edge, only allowing them moments of respite. Let the player characters' actions make an impact, regardless of consequence. So, every story in KULT should strive towards tearing the illusion apart and revealing the true reality behind it. Whenever the player character misunderstanding of the world and what they believe to be real collides with the dark truth in a violent conflict, madness, and horror. Whenever in violent conflict, madness, and horror emerges. By allowing the player characters to confront reality, you also put them in a position to finally confront their lost divinity. As you know, all humanity souls are basically some sort of higher power entities that have been entrapped. Then, the characters in these stories are haunted, occasionally by external elements, but just as often by internal conflicts, which drive them towards badness. As game masters, it is your job to challenge the player characters to drive them towards actions. In KULT, dark, horrific stories, and any respite is fleeting, and new threats lurk behind the corner. The rules will assist you with representing this. Disadvantages allow you to invent new threats. Dark secrets anchor the player characters to terrors of their past. And Game Master moves naturally escalate the danger and drama into a crescendo and eventually climax. In KULT stories, the player characters are the core protagonists. The story revolves around their activities and whether those activities occur in the past, present, or future. The Game Master's job is to encourage players to act. Through the rules, the character's actions will make an impression on the story. Should you place obstacles in the player's character's path, yet support their efforts to discover solutions to the situation they're in. Never tell them no, but rather yes and, or in some cases, yes but how. Yeah, it goes over the general aspects of improv, where which is heavily inlaid within any RPG game, where you never do a hard no or hard pass. You always go yes and here is the follow-up, or in some cases yes, you'll do that, but here are the possible consequences, or I would even say you could go with a no, but you'll do a no but, like you give them an alternative, so it doesn't feel like they can't do anything that will at very least get them close to what they would want to achieve. Like, again, in rare scenarios, if you want to use a no, use a no but not just a straight up no that denies the agency of the player. But yeah, you're definitely there to to offer challenge to the players, but at the same time, you're not their enemies. You're not there to win over the game, over the players, because again, there is an asymmetric system of play here. The game master basically has power over the world, over all the other NPCs, and over everything else aside just from what the player characters can do. If they really wanted to win, they can do it literally in the first minutes of session 1, and you can call for it. That's not an engaging story. That's not a fun experience, and that won't bring enjoyment to anybody involved, including you, the game master. Even if maybe in the moment of passion you would feel like yes, that would do, but nah, in the long term it would not give you a satisfying experience. So when the player character says she drives her dagger into the lictor's eye, the game master doesn't say you can't. Instead, encourages their action, such as her eyeball bursts like a cherry tomato popping. Its white goopy insides bloom from its ruined eye sockets, pulling around the dagger before trickling down Laura's face. Ignoring the grievous wounds, she grabs you and lifts you into the air like a small child. A wicked smile plays across her lips. She whispers, "So, want to play with me?" Yeah, a bit of an example of play and how exactly you can encourage the player action, but at the same time show them that maybe their action is going to offer them a consequence. So, the fiction. Fiction is mentioned occasionally in this chapter, and this concept might demand some explanation. Fiction consists of the established facts within the game world's narrative. This constitutes the laws regulating what makes sense in the setting. These are rules known only to and agreed upon by the game group. For example, the player characters having the attribute coolness +3 is not an aspect of the fiction. But if the same player describes their characters having nerves of steel and being awesome at stealth, then this is a part of the fiction. Game rules affect the fiction and provide guidelines to what might happen in the story, but only the players know about these rules on a meta level. However, the player characters oh, sorry. I pressed on a key by mistake. Where was I? I lost my track. However, the player characters have as little knowledge about their precise attributes, advantages, and disadvantages as they are aware they are imaginary personas controlled by the players. The player's character's reality is the fiction. The Game Master's job is to make sure that the fiction is equally real for the players. When the Game Master asks a player what their deadly stare advantage looks like, the player character describes her character's piercing, ice-cold eyes, make people feel uncomfortable. It becomes a fact established in the fiction. It affects what the player character is capable of, how other characters in the would react to the player character. This is meaningful to the game because the fiction guides the Game Master and the player's move choices. The next time the player describes how his criminal character tries to intimidate the bouncer by transfixing with his gaze, the Game Master will remember the player character's deadly stare and take the fiction into account when describing how the bouncer reacts. Perhaps he's frightened and lets it without a hassle, while another player character might have been denied the entry. So yeah, basically the aspects that are mechanical or rule-based are there to embellish the fiction of your character and to add a structure and more and make them more defined. And then, you know, depending on how you define it, that then gets used into play when it comes to outcomes or determining how other people react around you. It's not just about it's not just about creating a narrative and just for the narrative's sake. You can weave what you have within your character sheet as part of the narrative, and you describe it how it exactly is represented, and that representation then becomes fact within the fiction, in the story, in the make-believe, and that's always going to become an ever-present aspect of, you know, when of describing the scene when that element of fiction gets put into play. Game Master moves are always derived from the fiction. If a player character is shot in the leg, he will be in pain, and any actions requiring two fully functioning legs are now an ordeal. If the Game Master is unsure whether or not to make a certain move, they should always consider the fiction from what's already been established to determine if it makes sense. If the rules of the game contradict the fiction the group has established, the Game Master should give precedence to the fiction. So yeah. Basically, in short, just make anything, just decide what would make sense within the narrative. The narrative takes priority over anything else, or more importantly, the fun takes priority over everything else. Then the narrative, then the rule. I guess they could be a bit interchangeable depending on your group. So again, make the choice that you think it's fun and fair for everyone involved, and go with it. Even if by the time no decision has been made, and either in that moment you can decide that this is what the precedent is going to be for scenarios similar to that, or even if you're gonna be like, hey, look, I'm unsure, I'm gonna go with this decision, I'm gonna give it some thought after the fact in case it's something that might have a longer standing effect, and after that after that thought over and maybe even discussion with the player affected, we're gonna have that set as the precedent. That's also completely fine to have something temporary that make sure and clearly state that that aspect is temporary within play. So now that we looked at the general agenda and how exactly what exactly is the role and what exactly should the Game Master look into doing within the narrative and within the story, let's talk about some game mastering principles which serve as guidelines for running the game. Whenever she picks and describes a move, the Game Master should also remember principles. Well, first, in no particular order, technically, insinuate the supernatural. A game master will want to create a world in which the character suspects something is terribly wrong, although they cannot tell for what. From time to time, you should introduce odd occurrences and weird details, suggesting to the player characters that there is something questionable about their concept of reality. They should frequently question aspects of the world, if not their own sanity. Whether does the homeless man who dances in the park fountain here too? One moment he is invisible to everyone, but somehow vanishes in the next. What forgotten subway station does the train pass between 50 and 42nd Street? Who are the people standing there, waiting? How could a well-dressed man have fallen from the 6th floor onto the pavement without getting crushed? Who sent this message to your voicemail where someone who sounds exactly like you warns you of dire events they would say will occur in the future? The true reality exists on the periphery of the character's awareness, ready to burst forth when the illusion tears. By suggesting a fundamental wrongness with minor details in their story, the game master can incite a sense that the player characters can concept of reality is falling apart, or something awful might be revealed at any moment. I feel like this is a good excuse if the game master forgets a small detail that the player somehow remember. You can basically use this principle as to bullshit your way, like, oh yeah, it's no longer there. It's no longer that. It's changed. Why? World is broken. The world is not real. Everything is fake. Reasons. But I guess, yeah, you can also bullshit your way out of just forgetting small details or other aspects that the player have decided to hyper focus on, but you just were like, nah, just simply forgot or didn't think it's gonna become relevant again. And I guess that could make it a good like twist in the moment for like improv sake. Then you address the characters, not the players. Rather than ask the player, Sarah, what does John do during the... Instead, ask, what are you doing this evening, John? Grab the word to the player character. She observes you with lustful eyes as she releases one of the hooks of her macabre dress from her skin. With one hand, she motions to you, and without uttering a word, makes it clear she wants you. She'll make all your dreams come true. Knows exactly who you are and what you desire. It is the player character's dream the demon wishes to fulfill. By speaking directly to the character, the game master and the player are present together in the story, instead of acting two players viewing the fiction from the outside. I would say, depending on how the level of comfort for the player, like I would say not necessarily be too zealous about this. Like if the player feels a bit more comfortable of exempling sharing the narrative from a third person perspective, like character X is doing Y, Z, and the reason then not necessarily push themselves too heavy into the roleplay, that's fine. Like you as the game master should address the character, but again, equally as you, for the game master, you feel like it's a bit more comfortable to you, to some extent, if you don't necessarily want to go too heavy into the roleplay and want to have some elements of like third person, do so. But then again, do it in a way where you're directing it to the character. So you're mentioning the character, you're not mentioning, oh, NPC is about to interact in this way with, let's use this name, Sarah's character. No, you're just gonna say NPC is gonna do this thing to John. Like you're still referring directly to the player character, even if you as the game master are still using some sort of third person presentation. Although I have a suspicion that a good chunk of game masters are more than likely more comfortable basically just jumping into the role play. That's expected. Then make your moves, but use the fiction to disguise why. The game master moves based on real world events rather than what transpires in the fiction. When a player character enters a new location or otherwise transitions to a new scene, the player misses their roll, usually by rolling a 9 or lower. When the text player for a player move instructs the game master to make a move. When the player looks to the game master for input, then the game master makes a move. Yes, the game master should act as if the reason is because of the events in the story, and some in most scenarios as an outcome of the action. For example, if the Game Master move is capture someone, you should never say, since you failed your act under pressure, you sneak into the factory, you make it only halfway before they catch you. Instead, after you climb through the broken window, you drop down to some all glass panes which break out with a loud crash. After a few seconds, it seems you are in the clear, but as you exit to the main hallway, you only make it a few feet before there are footsteps behind you. Two security guards stare at you down the barrels of their rifle. Another guard emerges from the room. And another two guards. What do you do? The final outcome is the same. The player character will be captured in the factory. However, the Game Master has presented the moves to the player as if they were triggered by the events of fiction. So yeah, again, be there to kind of immerse yourself and the group within the fiction, and not just make it too static or make it too artificial. Because that's like another way of keeping your group engaged, is that you're making sure that everyone is still using the narrative and using the fiction to determine the outcomes, or to detail the outcomes. You keep yourself and those ones around you engaged within the narrative. It's not just it doesn't feel necessarily as static or as stale, or just as rigid. It has a bit more fluidity and a bit more intrigue to it. Keeps people more hooked. Then, make your moves, but describe them in the fiction. When the Game Master moves is to deal damage to the player characters, you don't say you take damage. Instead, describe how the creature's teeth sink into their flesh. Even if your Game Master move turns the player character's move against them, you don't say, I turn your move against you, but instead, you aim your pistol at the back of her head, and she slowly raises her hands. Suddenly, her elbow strikes you in the face, and disorienting you in a flash, she tears the gun from your grip, and with a wicked grin, she points it directly at your forehead and says, who did you say should put their hands up? Yeah, similar reasoning as I said before, but here for your own moves, not just the outcomes of the players. Then assign all motivations to all NPCs. All NPCs, human or not, should be given their own straightforward emotional drives and self-interest. For example, Captain Ben Harrison willingly risks his own life to get his hands on one of the player characters so he can drag her back to the military research compound he escaped from. He is convinced it was his fault she got away, so it's now his duty to ensure she returns, even if it ends up killing him. There is no need to get overly complicated and assign simple, straightforward reasons why people act the way they do. The Game Master knows that the reasons the club owner fulfill his duties is only for money. He knows immediately he'd act differently if the character tries to bribe him, rather than if he had been working out of loyalty to his boss. Yeah, definitely add a bit of layers to your characters, like to your NPCs. Don't keep them two-dimensional. Like, and as mentioned here, it doesn't have to be too much. Like, even a small little additional like push, like what exactly motivates them, what exactly drives them to action or inaction. Even small things, even if it's just simply related directly to one singular player character, that can then cascade into figure out all other reasons as as the story develops, if this NPC becomes a bit reoccurring. But definitely do not keep it just two-dimensional and simplistic. Like, add something to your NPCs to make them a bit more interesting, and it also keeps your world feel alive. It doesn't feel like it's just the NPC playing in a game world, because that's kind of the charm of tabletop RPGs. It's not just the whole thing of, oh yeah, I'm just doing a game make-believe where just everything is a game. No, it's you are there to immerse yourself into a world as heavily as you can possibly can, which to a point where technically beyond the limitations of the general video game medium, which is one of, I think in my opinion, it's probably its biggest advantage and biggest pull overall. So yeah, that would be, in my opinion, like the recommendation. Like, definitely do everything to make sure that the world feels alive, the world feels like it's moving, it's doing things. Yeah. Give your creatures their own internal logic. All the entities in KULT Divinity Lost have their own personal backstories, their places in the cosmology, and their own purpose and motivations, despite how alien and inhuman they may appear. They are driven by urges in the same way humans are, and aren't just introduced to their locales as obstacles. The Game Master jobs to ensure the entities the characters encounter are exciting and true to life, no matter how bizarre they may be. Nefarites seek out people racked with guilt, creating personal purgatories for them. The Neferate, these purgatories are not evil, but rather a gift granted to their victims, allowing them to experience the gospel of pain. Lictors impose their control mechanisms on people, because they know firsthand what fearsome and ruthless gods humanity would become should they be released from their prison. A wraith haunts someone because they desire something from them, be it to regain their physical form or carry out a task in the land of the living. Every entity's action should have an internal logic to them, however twisted or weird, and it's the Game Master's job to develop this logic and reveal it to the characters. He doesn't tell the players directly, but allows it to saturate and become apparent in the actions the creature takes. Again, similar thing as I mentioned before, it's all about creating it's all about, not making everything feel two-dimensional or just feel that, oh yeah, I'm attacking because that's the purpose of this, that's the purpose of the counter, to attack or do X thing, but there's nothing more to it than that. Then, ask questions and build on the answers. Start with simple questions for the players. What does your apartment look like? Who among you have known each other the longest? And as the story progresses, the Game Master can start asking more direct and intimate questions about the player character's experience, emotions, memories, and opinions. Sometimes it can be interesting to zoom in, such as, do you keep photographs of your office desk? On another occasion, the Game Master is only looking for a big picture overview. How is your office furnished and decorated? This depends on the narrative pacing at the time. When a player character takes an unanticipated action, Game Master can ask a question about it. Oh shit, you beat him to death with a hammer? Is this really the first time you've assaulted someone? This gives the player the opportunity to contextualize their actions to the rest of the group and give their character more depth, while providing the Game Master more information to determine what happens next. When an answer has been provided, the Game Master should follow up on it. It's particularly important to ask the question first, the first time a player character utilizes a natural advantage. For example, how does a character with enhanced awareness experience their visions? Do they come on suddenly when the character is unprepared, or does she conjure them consciously? Are they terrifying to her? After the first time it happened, the Game Master should add her own details when the character makes use. Yeah, definitely pick and prod. So it's not only just about telling the narrative that the players are interacting with, but it's also telling the narrative of the actual players, and allow them moments through their actions, find moments to basically for the players, not only for them to do a quick self-reflection and they themselves kind of unraveling and adding more depth in the moment, because there could be certain action or certain events in that session or in that scene that the player characters have not thought about it beforehand, and now realizing after the choice is made, or realizing based on the choice that this is likely what the character will do, kind of let them have a bit of an opportunity to kind of unravel the reasonings and thought process, even if it's more of an inner monologue for them. So you're not just telling the story of the fiction or of the overarching plot that you as a group are going, but you're also telling the individual stories of each of the characters. Be a fan of the player characters. Being a fan of the characters means the Game Master offers the player characters opportunities to be cool as well as vulnerable, and not to thwart their progress and success they earn through hard work. The worst thing a Game Master can do is to remove it or inhibit what makes a character cool. If a player has put in time into describing a character's faithful German Shepherd, and pointed out how the dog is the character's entire life. It's not okay to have the dog be rolled over or killed during the first game session for no reason. It's a different story if someone of the character's enemy kidnaps the dog, character an opportunity to fight to get it back. In the latter case, the game master is valiantly validating the player character's concept regarding their relationship with the dog, while in the former case he's just destroying it. That's definitely a thing, and I hate that you put German Shepherd, because now I'm thinking on Damien's dog, and I'm not really sad about it. Like, damn it, that he just lost. Come on, because he became a vampire, and now the dog no longer likes him. Makes me really, really sad. Another thing to avoid is denying the player character success. They've been fought for and won. It's more interesting to let the consequences arise from the character's success. Have NPCs react to the character's achievement in one of their goals. What threat might now view the player character as a possible ally? What threats now perceive her as a dangerous enemy? Allow the player characters to affect the world, but their choices matter. If the character dispose a lictor from its position of power in the city, it would be pretty strange if there were no consequences. What player enjoys playing a story where their actions matter? So yeah, with the whole thing of being a fan of the player characters, it definitely enforces that the whole idea that this is a collaborative storytelling journey. It's not about you versus the players or players versus the game master. You're here to tell a collaborative story. You're there to offer them challenges, but your entire purpose and goal is to see them succeed, and through those challenges that you build, offer them the opportunity to find solutions their own accord and through their own agency to achieve what they want, and give them those small little breadcrumbs and tidbits that drives them into achieving their goals. Not just straight up holding them off. Oh yeah, this is an important aspect of your character. Well, I'm not gonna address it in a way, so good fucking luck, I suppose. Try to do the best as you can to show care to your characters if they have, especially when they definitely enunciate that there are specific aspects of elements of the character that are heavily mentioned. All thing. Yeah, definitely harbor collaborative storytelling, not confrontational or adversarial in any way. It's okay to give challenges, especially if those challenges lead to the player characters achieving something better or achieving a greater goal of theirs, but do not outright deny them achieving them or somehow stop them at every corner when they're kind of pushing towards it. And finally, think beyond the scene from time to time. When the Game Master is about to make a move, might consider what her NPCs have been up to. Have any of them done or planned something that might become apparent right now? Is something taking place elsewhere deserving the Game Master's attention? Maybe a death cult is opening a portal to the Inferno to release the living dead into the city, while the player characters are busy snooping around the Mafia hideout down by the docks. The Game Master makes her move, describes the characters hearing sirens and helicopters in the city. Pillars of smoke rising from the downtown district. This method makes the world feel real, and by frequently recalling her threats, the Game Master also makes the characters live lives more interesting. So yeah, sometimes the consequences, even probably in a specific scene, may be more of the idea that all of a sudden the priorities have shifted. Something bigger is now happening that is outside of this scene that could affect the immediate decision making of the player characters. That's also a consequence and a way of thinking of kind of adding something to the story. Of course, don't necessarily do it constantly, because it becomes boring that every time something new happens, but definitely it's a nice twist, especially if you already have some planned ideas that you haven't found a moment when exactly to reveal them. These could be those moments, especially if you feel like the Game Master is in a position now that they have to decide, the player characters, they have to decide like if they're keeping themselves on track with what they were already doing or trying something new. Oh yeah, the principles overall are a really good coverage. So that's you know, that's really nice. But overall, like, these are definitely I would even say that these principles are something that you should general follow. I don't think it's something that it's just applicable to this system. Most of these principles, if you were to apply to any game, would make your game experience and table experience a lot more enjoyable for every involved. So definitely the best you can to follow these. Of course, we make mistakes, we learn as we go. So nothing too hard or nothing too bad. If you know, it can't be kept together always. Okay, so I was like looking a bit more to what else we have. Contract. We still have a few more things to cover, and then we are going done. Oh, yeah. Now we're going through the Gamemaster moves, which once again, from the looks of it, it is a big list. I'm not gonna go through all of them or like actually cover each and one of them, because you know that's something for you to look a bit more heavily into it. But let's get like a general idea and maybe just read them out through the list, but not go through all the examples. That's something for you. Moreover, look into it. Again, I just want to do as big of an overview coverage as I can, and I don't want to extend it more than it's needed. So, the Game Master's move. The Game Master moves are meant to create obstacles for the player characters to overcome during the course of the story. Like the players, the Game Master never makes dice rolls for their moves. So, when does the Game Master make a move? Usually when one of the following things take place in the session. When a Game Master wants to increase tension. When a player tells the Game Master that they make a move. Note that may, as the Game Master, always have a choice whether to make it or not. When a character's action grants an opportunity for the Game Master to make it. So, how does the Game Master make a move? The Game Master follows the following sequence when making a move. They describe an obstacle and ask what the player characters do about it. Then the players describe their character's response to the event. Sometimes these responses involve rolling for one of their moves. Then the Game Master describes the outcomes of the response based on the established fiction and any moves the player has made. So any rolls that are happening on the player side. So even if technically the move that you were doing would possibly have a varied outcomes, those varied outcomes are determined by the player, not by you. So as the Game Master makes her moves, she keeps her principles in mind, describes the environment the player character finds themselves in. An obstacle is a creature, an object, or event hindering or opposing the character from reaching their goal. And some examples of obstacles are a storm, a hostile witness, a psychotic killer, inquisitive police inspector, a mysterious object, a curse, a locked door, the sound of approaching footsteps, a revelation that the murderer is one of the character's best friends, a rusty old fire escape, a fire, a riddle, a vision of the illusion ripping apart, and the inferno intruding upon the cityscape. So there are many ways of doing it. So, soft and hard moves. Game Master are sometimes described as the Game Master's moves are sometimes described as soft and hard. Now the Game Master is described as soft and hard. I mean, depending on what kind of scenes you do, I guess the level of hardiness of the Game Master might vary, but definitely do it within consent. Definitely do it within consent. Nothing. I'm not saying that you have to be. I mean, you could be metaphorically hard for something, I guess, not necessarily actually hard. Anyways, wildly off the topic. So the distinction is drawn based on the move's impact, whether or not the player characters can prevent them or not. A soft move is set up a consequence, which is still preventable. Hard moves are consequences crushing down on player characters directly and irreversible. Hard moves often entail the characters suffering injuries or other afflictions, or having something taken from them. As another example of how soft and hard moves differ, consider The man raises his pistol and points it at you. What do you do? Versus the man raises his pistols and shoots the chest. As a soft move, a Game Master could describe how a misshapen burnt dog lunges at you at one of the player characters. If the player character is unsuccessful at avoiding the dog jaw, the Game Master makes a hard move and describes how the dog teeth sink into her arm. The dog has bit into it. Must endure an injury. This consequence is immediate and irrevocable. While hard moves are often a follow-up consequence of the player character mishandling their reaction to a previous soft move. The Game Master decides freely whether a move should be soft or hard. Sometimes the consequences of a soft move can be another soft move. Sometimes hard moves follow immediately as a result of the player character's action. Be judicial about it. Making multiple consecutive hard moves. You run into the risk of the players feeling like you're trying to shut them down or win if they're not giving you a chance to avoid the obstacles you set. So yeah, hard moves are definitely like, yeah, soft moves are more the idea that the players can avoid or soften the consequence on them, while the hard moves are completely unavoidable, which could be a result of a different soft move, or just could be a direct outcome of a decision they made. That's just how it is. But again, give them leeway, give them flexibility. Like sometimes, like, yes, it's good to just give them a direct move just because they decided to do a thing, just kind of as a warning sign or something, like, hey, be careful that not everything that you do or everything that you're interacting with can be avoided. So that way you're kind of giving them like a warning shot that, hey, next time think a bit more outside the box, or give think of other solutions beyond what you were given, or beyond what, maybe, I don't know, if it's something more of kind of like, shoot first, ask questions later kind of scenario. So that could be a warning of giving the player character a bit of introspect of, you're doing the action that had an immediate bad consequence. Maybe this could give you an idea of how these scenarios should be handled in the future. That doesn't mean that if the player decides to do the same thing again, it has to necessarily be another hard and it has to be necessarily another hard move. But at the very least, you could follow up with a soft move. You can still be a bit lenient. Definitely not constantly give them hard moves. Like if you see like the player that still wants to go into this idea, then design soft moves in a way that now the backlash feels more impactful. So you can give them, through the soft move option, still the feeling that maybe this is not the path that you should be going, or if you want to go this path, this is going to be a path of self-destruction in some way or another, as an example. And here are like some examples of moves. So separate them. The Game Master separates the player characters from each other and from their allies. I'm not going to read the examples. That's something for you to look at. I'm going to read to them and kind of pass through. Capture someone. The Game Master introduces an obstacle that keeps the player character in place. Put someone in a bad spot. You set up a difficult situation or a hard choice for one or more player characters and apply additional pressure and urgency to the current situation and observe the results. Exchange harm or harm. One of the Game Master's threats or something else in the environment deals harm to the character, instead in exchange for taking some herself. This works much in the same way as the engaging combat move. Announce off-screen problems. The Game Master describes a potential threat manifesting outside the area of the PvP they are at. Announce future problems. The Game Master describes a threat that will manifest in the future if the player characters don't do something about it. The great soft move you can use as a setup for building tension in a variety of scenes. Deal damage. The Game Master harms other character or someone in their vicinity. Dealing damage is always a hard move. Normally, the player would endure an injury, but sometimes the character is affected by harm and are unable to avoid it. For example, if someone pulls a trigger on a gun pressed directly into their temple, they fall from the roof of a skyscraper, or they are sucked into the gaping maw of an enormous monster. It's perfectly acceptable to hand out serious and critical wounds, or even say the character is dead or dying. this case, harm should be derived from the action of the player character made of their own free will, not just a random hard move he has not had no opportunity to avoid. It should take care to signal the danger of the player before activating this move. If the harm is inflicted is fair, the player will accept it. By abusing this power, the Game Master risks unnecessary conflict with their players and violate the principle of being a fan of the player characters. Yeah, this kind of goes into what I said before with how you're doing hard consequences. Like, you don't give them out of nowhere, you definitely make them as an outcome of their actions. So it feels like, you know, there is a reason, a rhyme or a reason for it, and not some animosity or adversarial kind of feel towards each other. Decreased stability. Sometimes the player characters experience something so horrifying, the Game Master feels there's no way they wouldn't be affected by it. In this situation, it's okay for the Game Master to automatically decrease their stability by 1 or 2 or even 4 steps, rather than ask to keep it together. Take their stuff. The Game Master takes away or prevents access to something the player characters own, and they can possibly regain that possession or resource, but there is often a risk or cost involved. Give the possible consequences and ask. The Game Master simply informs the player of what consequences of their character's action are likely to have, giving the player an opportunity to change their mind. This ensures there's no miscommunication and the player is fully aware of the situation before committing it, or allows the player to double down on a risky course of actions. Then offer an opportunity with or without a price. Game Master describes an opportunity as well as the potential obstacle or dangers associated with the opportunity, and then the player character provides a choice whether to accept it or not. Turn a move against them. The Game Master interrupts the player character's planned action in such a way as to turn it around against them. Make a threat move. The Game Master gives her threats unique moves to use instead of their regular moves. And we are given things like example, influence, and project. Make a move of a higher power or plane of existence. You may draw inspiration from Chapter 6, The Truth, and make moves that enhance the theme you have chosen to play with, be it real, madness, dreams in the waking world, or else. And you have options there. Use disadvantages and holds. There are 2 ways in which the Game Master can use disadvantages, either by framing the scene in such a way that the player character's disadvantage is activated, or by spending a hold she's received from an earlier such scene to make a move against the player character. And finally, after all the moves, always ask, what do you do? Whenever a Game Master makes a move, he asks the player what they do, giving them an opportunity respond to the move. This grabs the player's attention and prompts them to respond in the here and now. They don't trail off and lose the scene's focus. Sometimes they will want additional information about the situation before decision. In this case, provide information unless it would be better to activate a player move to discover it instead. Yeah, those are the general aspects of how like moves and how exactly you could think of Game Master moves, which, you know, are quite akin to what you'd probably expect to keep the narrative engaging and active. And definitely, as mentioned here, always keep the player engaged and always ask them, like, what is your reaction to this event? How exactly are you, you know, are you responding to this situation? Be it you respond back, you do something else, anything of the sorts, how exactly you towards it. But yeah, then for like a few more things to consider, yeah, we have like a few more things to consider. And the horror contract, if I'm not mistaken, these are the last pages, which I think I'm gonna leave them for after a quick break, because there is an ad coming up in a few minutes, and then I think this will be the conclusion point after going through these two talking points, and just have a general talk about how do I feel about the system in the game and so forth. So yeah, I'll be taking a break now, and I'll be right back after the break. Minutes. Okay, there we go. So let's conclude all of this because we talked about the Game Master principles, the Game Master agenda, uh, a general outline of what kind of moves the Game Master should do from their side of the table. And now there's like a few extra little things to consider. For example, when describing minor details that make the world feel real, details are important to highlight and the macabre, beautiful and misshapen aspects of the world. Describe how, as the player characters, subway train barrels with deserted station in the middle of the night. You notice figures crouching on the platform. One of them cradling a baby wrapped in a newsprint. Describe how the player characters spot numerous dancing silhouettes on the 6th floor of the old ruined house opposite their bedroom window. Describe how, in the middle of a vicious battle to the death against the warped nightmarish creatures, a little girl peers into the alley, the busy sidewalk, exclaiming, "Mommy, Mommy, there are monsters over there." Her mother absently pulls her along, paying no mind. All details who the players in the world. So yeah, sometimes even the little things can add a lot of depth and can add that element that there's more to this world than it seems, or at the very least that it's a living, breathing world and nothing feels too static, or nothing is just the immediate vicinity or whatever you as the player decide to interact with. So it feels a bit more natural, fluid. Then zoom out and zoom in. The Game Master can detail the entire day for the players, or she can fast forward days, weeks, or months. Don't be afraid to let time pass. One moment the Game Master can have the PC survive minute to minute in the dark alleys of the metropolis, and the next they could say you wander all night down the streets lined with dark stone houses. From time to time you hear rustling, echoing steps in dark alleys, but you never see anybody. By twilight you reach what appears to be a temple, constructed from corroded metal and plastics. Hung in its entrance are human corpses, varying stages of decomposition. What do you do? Yeah, it's again, choose the pacing that it seems fit for the narrative in the moment. If you feel like the players want to hang around for whatever scene or location they are in, then let them do that. If they just want to move forward, then let the narrative kind of go forward to the point where the intrigue kind of leads towards. Then share spotlight between all player characters. Make sure all player characters have equal share of playtime, even if they're split up. Jump back and forth between scenes so nobody has to wait too long for their turn. Using these jumps to build additional tension. The Game Master can cut intense moments, give the player time to think about their next action, while putting the spotlight on another character. And let the player know to remind you if they feel like you've forgotten about them, and ensure no one person hogs too much of the total game time. So yeah, make sure that everybody gets their moment, has a say, especially like in scenes. Like at the very least, make sure that every character has a say in their scene, or feels involved, especially if their scene. There might be the rare occasion maybe where the scene is not too relevant for some of the included party, but to some extent, at the very least, let them have a small little added, added description that if they don't necessarily need to participate, at the very least, allow them to describe what exactly is happening from their perspective and why are they not getting more involved in this, and what exactly, how are they interacting or reacting to all of it as everything unfolds. But at the very least, they still feel like they still not necessarily feel, but they still characterize something about themselves. They still are somewhat engaged within the story, even if maybe in the scene it may not necessarily be relevant to them. And then finally take breaks and contemplate until you're ready to go again. When the Game Master feels a bit too wary, unfocused, or unsure of what to do next, what move to select from a list of options, she can call for a break and give herself some time to rest and consider. Sometimes a short walk can be useful in increasing everyone's energy reserve and discussing what happens next. Listen to the players' hopes, expectations, and plans, and make for use of them when the game starts up again. Yeah, again, if something wild happens out there in the game, it's completely fine to be like 5-minute break. Then you figure out things, you do your stuff, you know, it's all good and dandy. Or just if or depending if you feel like it's whatever outcome or whatever actions have just been unveiled leads down an unraveling path of many things. If you feel like, you know, it's satisfyingly enough for both you and the rest of the group how much you've done for the day, to kind of put that as kind of like a cliffhanger end. Be like, okay, this is the point where we stop. If we want, we can do some other like side small things that can then be, you know, not necessarily retcon, but added as extra elements for the characters that I've done and prepared if need be. Either be it like do quick scenes of the past, if case like that, in case, you know, there's not most of the events that would happen post this action would have different outcomes. Who knows? Maybe they could be even be a bit of a foreshadowing. Yeah, like even in the scenario where you feel like this could be a good cliffhanger moment, but you cannot, if you've not, you feel like you know, want to go for more, like the players want to go for more. Think of ways where you can tell other stories, maybe some like before that scene or before that scenario happened. Like maybe there is something you know, the players have wanted to do, maybe each individually or in like in small groups, or maybe still as a whole entire group, as kind of a pre-event or like some sort of like post preparing. Who knows? As I said before, maybe you could, some of the elements that you're mentioning could be a way to foreshadow that of some of the maybe NPCs or things that could be affected or included in there. And by you creating this prequel like a prequel narrative, you're kind of building upon that, building upon that twist later down the line, anything of the sort. So yeah, don't necessarily feel bad about like just be like, okay, this is the point where I would probably stop from continuing the story. We either stop the session here, or if you still want to, or if everybody included still wants to go on, figure something else to tell a story for that does not impact the upcoming scenes or whatever outcome is going to be planned for the next session. But yeah, and finally, the last section, the horror contract. More than any other role-playing game genre, the horror genre relies on the players agreeing to its underlying premise. In this case, they want to be frightened. If the players aren't on board with the premise, the game won't work. All descriptions, portrayals in their pursuit of an atmosphere of discomfort and dread will simply fall flat. Due to this, it is important that the players consent to a horror contract, in which they agree to help frighten themselves. This provides the Game Master an open door into the player's imagination, which they should utilize techniques to help build and maintain the horror genre moods. First one being, know your players. The Game Master wants to scare the players. It's clearly going to make it easier to frighten them. Find out what makes your players tense up by talking to them about their fears and anything relating to them. There's something in particular they're scared of, consider including in the story. Even if the characters wouldn't be afraid, the player unconsciously would be. Yeah, I guess can create that weird dissonance between character and player, but in a kind of good way, where, you know, basically in a healthy way, let them kind of like face their fear. Again, all of this done within the comfort and within the consent of the player characters. Like, you know, if the players feel comfortable with it and you're not covering topics that are triggering to them, then go ahead. Quality before quantity. When the horror reappears, too frequently, when there are demons around every corner and you run into dismembered, mutilated corpses everywhere you go, the story loses its edge. By overwhelming the player with a stream of horrific events, one after another, they will quickly become desensitized. It's something important to hold back and dispense these horrors sparingly, just to provide the players time to recover. As an analogy, consider the game yourself as a game master to be a coachman. The horse is horror. It's constantly trying to dash off. Your task as the Game Master is to hold tightly onto the reins, ending the horror before it starts to losing its impact. Ensure the players are given time to recover, breathe, and regain a sense of control and comfort. At this point, you can start threatening them again. Proper pacing is key to the successful of horror, and also like another aspect of it, some of the best horror is the horror that you're not given. Like, let the players run their imagination. So sometimes that's also like a really good thing of trying to not get too descriptive, not to offer too much, and just be more like hinting towards maybe a build-up of horror or something that is underlying there, and let the players' imagination run wild. Because believe me, that's the biggest type of horror, like the psychological type of horror, not the one like, "Boo, I jumped you, you're scared," or here's something really horrifically described. To let your imagination run wild, you're still exemplifying it through your own vision. Let the players make that picture fully by not giving by giving as less details as possible. Which is why, even from my perspective, in my opinion, like, horror is probably one of the hardest genres when it comes to like creating an atmosphere, and especially in game development or anything game related. Probably one of the hardest to do, especially when it comes to anything interactive, as you can anything that kind of like botches or kind of all of a sudden adds a weird edge of humor to it, just shatters the atmosphere completely. Which is why, like, you know, horror games that might have like occasional like bugged or kind of clanky systems here and there can ruin that atmosphere. The same way players that get within a TTRPG scene, players that might get a bit too campy or might get constantly trying to come up with weird, wacky solution and kind of detach themselves from that atmosphere. That's another, which again, that goes more into the discussion of the session 0, like what are the expectations for both you and the players when it comes to how you are going to approach the story, how exactly you're going to tell your story and the characters. Like, of course, it's fine to have moments of humor, moments of relief, and all that sort of thing, but not undermine, you know, the tension every time. And build the atmosphere. Building an atmosphere means creating the prerequisites for horrors with the players. It could mean choosing the right environments. I'm guessing it's environments or unpleasant scenes. For example, compare an abandoned subway station at night to a packed cafe at lunchtime. The subway station, the players are tense for the moment they enter the place. While the cafe feels safe. This will help the player, the game master, introduce the sense of rawness to the scene. If the player notices a 5-year-old girl in the subway station's darkness, will think twice before continuing. If he spots the same girl at a crowded cafe, will have little to no reaction whatsoever. Atmosphere is also about creating prerequisites for horror in a gameplay environment. If you play in a dark room with lit candles and dark ambient music, it's much easier to achieve a horror mood than if you have played at a kitchen table in a lit apartment with TV blaring from the living room. So yeah, atmosphere for both on the table and in game, it's equally important to have. And you know, if you're doing it in within an online medium, set yourself up that atmosphere. If you know, it cannot be fully set up by the game master, because you know audio, light, and all that, that's under your control, not the game master. So do it do it in your own way, but definitely that's something also for you to set up, or also to kind of take responsibility if the game master has no control over it. Then stay in the scene. When you notice the scene starts to get scary and effective, try to hold on to the moment. As a game master, you control the scene's time and space. Character flees in a panic from the dark cellar and the mood is perfect, stretch out the scene. Don't allow them to escape in a mere moment. Character stumbles, drops her phone, feels something grabbing onto her, and notices the stench of whatever's coming behind them. When a player character is injured, describe the sensation of their skin peeling back, how the blood trickles down their abdomen, bones breaking, teeth being knocked out. Player character emerges from a tunnel leading Metropolis, and the tension is heavy in the air. Take a moment to describe the smells, the coldness of the walls, persistent sound of dripping liquid, and the tangible presence of someone or something in darkness. Yeah, if you hit that moment, kind of ride the high, basically. That's kind of the idea. and do not cut it too abruptly, because then, you know, that moment of horror that you just kind of clasp on, it's immediately going to be released. Like the player is not going to constantly, it's not going to be under those emotions from that point on. So you know, kind of ride the high, but again, feel out the pacing. Do not overdo it, because after a while it just becomes you know, overused and overdone, and at that point it's not. Then suggest rather than overwhelm. It's always better for the players to imagine the horror themselves rather than describe it for them. Given a certain amount of information, the imagination starts filling the gaps for us. Usually much worse than what you could possibly describe. Human brains are constructed as such as that we are more prone to exaggerate threats and then downplay them. Because of this, it's often scarier to hear horrible sounds or spot a flitting figure than seeing the monster directly. Gamemaster creates a horror atmosphere. She should avoid providing the players too much information or too quickly. Rather than offering small snippets, they must piece together into a terrifying whole. For example, she can describe the clamor of screams from the insane, tortured moans, gurgling, and the snapping of bones, and the wet, sloppy sounds of something enormous dragging itself onwards as the tariff approaches. The player gets to create an image of what it makes those sounds on her own. Yeah, I just mentioned this. Keep those details less, like let the players run the imagination, because the human brain is designed to over-exaggerate and make the worst thing that you could probably imagine, and you could you can create a bigger fear than you could probably ever describe, because everybody has their own form of fear or their own kind of factoring of fear, and that's something like you could never like gauge 100%. Which is why even within like horror movies, the horror movies that are more impactful are the ones that, for the longest of time, if not even at all, the creature causing the terror is never shown. The moment you've shown that creature of terror, it's no longer gonna be the same throughout the rest of the storytelling experience. It's no longer gonna have the same impact. Which is why, you know, jump scare type horror is kind of the cheapest of horror, because yeah, it calls to a more of a survival reaction, kind of the flight or flight reaction, but it does not really push towards the psychological one, which that one is a lot more impactful, longer lasting. Then the inexplicable. It's uncomfortable to encounter something you cannot explain. When you have the gnawing feeling something is off, even the most mundane things appear threatening. It is frequently used in Asian horror films where ghosts appear human but move in strange, jerky ways, or in David Lynch movies and TV series where the situation and location seem familiar, but some details make it appear something isn't right. Liminal spaces, which is something that has become pretty popular in recent months, in most of the year. It's also like another form of inexplicable, because it's that whole same idea of you're seeing this familiar or somewhat recognizable spaces, but their emptiness, their lack of activity, their lack of detail feels off. And even the way they are kind of laid out and presented, again, feel this kind of underlying aspect of something is not right about this space. Then, people tell the girl at the end of the corridor, moves in spasmodically. The man in the nice suit smells of iron and blood. Doctor never removes his surgical mask, as if something is bulging in underneath the fat man's clothes. The old lady threateningly rattles her teeth. The stranger greets you as if you're a close friend, yet every sentence contains a veiled threat. A child is standing in an abandoned industrial site in the middle of the night. Situations: your missing daughter's diary lies open on her bed. You get home. All the food in the fridge has rotten overnight. You notice something's made 4 calls from your cell phone while you've been sleeping. There are strange sounds on the other side of the wall. Body feels cold and alien when you wake up in the morning. Smell the scent of your dead father deodorant in the car. And places. corridors continue onwards even though the house design should logically be at an end. A door leads up to the 4th floor of a 3-story building. Doorway in a deserted building opens to a bright kitchen smelling of freshly baked pies and a smiling woman in a checked apron. A decrepit yet mundane apartment with rusted steel doors, one wall which doesn't belong here at all. A modern office with a mosaic floor depicting pure machinery. When things are not as they should be, the player becomes suspicious and guarded. Use this unease to make them feel threatened and vulnerable. Yeah, different elements of how to make things feel odd and not right. Finally, creating a feeling of exposure. A simple rule of thumb for horror is the bigger the crowd, the more protected you feel. This includes both the number of player characters in the scene and the number of people in the location. A solitary character will feel more exposed than if 5 of them are together. A player character alone in the dark woods feels more exposed than one in a city plaza with other people. It can be hard to isolate characters as players usually aren't keen on splitting up, especially in horror genre games. Their natural instinct are to stick together to feel safer. A trick the GM can use to isolate the player characters is each other is through spending hold on advantages. For example, disadvantages like repressed memories and nightmares. Provide the Game Masters full control over where the character is and what scenes look like. Repressed memories give the player character flashbacks where they remember and play out events from their past. Nightmares create terrifying scenes played out in the dream world. The Game Master can also separate the characters in regular scenes by having antagonists cut them off, or use the environment against them, such as having the characters fall through a rotted floor of an old house while the rest remain on the floor above. Failed rolls to keep it together can also lead the players on losing control over their character. The character might panic and flee the situation only to realize she's run away from all her allies as well. Getting the player characters to venture to clearly unsafe places is all about motivating the character. If there is something sufficiently important and interesting at a place, the character will go there. If the Game Master bases her story on the character's dark secrets and motivations, the players generally can be trusted to find a reason to have their characters investigated. So yeah, I was kind of about to suggest like the final point, like aside from having all these tools of location narrative, also give the players reasons for them to split up. Like if you can utilize their drives, motivations, their dark secrets, where maybe something akin to one character is in one direction while something akin for the other character is in another. Maybe then at that point the remaining characters start picking sides, or picking people to put a company with, or maybe even all the characters decide to do their own thing related to their own secrets, or maybe just one character moves in one section while the rest move in another. So yeah, you definitely can dangle those reasons as well, not just not only the disadvantages and offered by the characters that you can create scenes outside of the general scenarios, or within the actual scenes somehow the environments and the NPCs utilize that environment to somehow kind of keep them split. And finally, dare to be because I'm pretty sure, dare to be unpleasant. Exposure isn't just about particular places where the player characters experience isolation. The character's inner life should also be afflicted. Take the players to places you don't normally want to go, where it's sensitive, difficult, and disconcerting. Violence and death can easily be oversimplified in movies, games, and novels, where people are shot, stabbed, and beaten to death without pause and reflection. Instead, make sure to set up a distressing and unnerving moment. These scenes are often tied to intimacy, family, and sex, and often produce feelings of shame, guilt, and helplessness. Have no mercy. It should be difficult, offensive, and transgressive for the player characters. And as an example, you're held in a place while the bookie you're in deep with undoes your pants and slips his rough fingers around your member. He strokes it and, almost tenderly grinning, When do I get my money? He asks while the laughter rings in your ears. I'm not gonna go for all of them because I'm guessing all of them are gonna be a bit graphic, and just to be sure that nothing gets too problematic. But finally, important: discuss any sensitive subjects within the group to ensure that they can be included in the story. Certain subject can cross a boundary for certain players as opposed to their characters. It's better to ensure participants have their opportunity to make sure that subjects are off limits rather than potentially traumatize players during a session. As a group, we may decide upon a stop phrase which allows you to allows the players to end any scenes when they feel uncomfortable with. So yeah, kind of the yellow and red card type scenario. So, definitely do that, especially if you want to get a bit graphic about it and too detailed. I'm not gonna read more of those examples just to be sure, because I was just about to, I guess, get a bit graphic. I'm not sure if that's too bad for general TOS things, but just to be sure. Then, creating interesting moments. It's insufficient to simply prevent a vile creature, an elaborate based on its horrific visage. A monster revealed in broad daylight, it's never as terrifying as the one that isn't seen at all. Your monster should be both fascinating and fearsome. Countering a Nephirit, Razid, or Lictor should make the players feel existentially threatened, and be a memorable moment in the game. Before encountering it, the monster's presence must have made itself known in the story, so the encounter is anticipated. If the player characters discover multiple tortured and mutilated bodies a Razid has left in its wake, through the story, they will expect the worst when they meet the creature face to face. Prior to the encounter, it's good to plan what the being looks like, both as obscured by the illusions and in its true form and how it behaves, to ensure it provides the most unpleasant and disturbing impression possible. Try to imagine little details the players have problematic associations with. For example, describe how the Razid's human form in the illusion is constantly adjusting their skin to its face as if it doesn't fit properly. They pierce the illusion, they can see its true form, they can see how its face has actually been surgically removed from its original host and strapped onto the monster's head like a mask. As you describe the monster, you can put their supernatural nature on display by highlighting the influence they have on the characters in the illusion, not merely their physical appearance. Distort perceptions. Creatures from other planes don't belong in the illusion, and other player character senses may be distorted by their presence. A sour stench caused by the eyes to water, all sounds sharpen and reverberate as if you're inside an enormous oil tank. Your saliva turns thick and slimy, and your skin feels feverish, clammy and heavy. Use metaphors and comparisons. Create a surreal alien atmosphere through metaphors. The demon harbors enormous powers, as if roaring a storm gathering just below the surface. Having her penetrating gaze upon you is like being flayed alive. Her eyes cut through the layer after layer, looking at the core of your very being. The spectral figure hovers in the air like a mirage. You sense if you were to glance away, even for a moment, it would vanish forever, and pervert their thoughts and feelings. When a monster and their presence, the player characters' minds are influenced, as if contaminated by wills not of their own. This is particularly true for beings with close ties to archons and death angels and their principles. You feel weak, abandoned, and realize nobody has ever been on your side or ever supported you. But now the creature looming before you offers its flayed hand in acceptance. You're overcome with a burning hatred. All your memories from your Iraq bubble to the surface like a bile. Your skull swimming with fury, terror, and the stench of white phosphorus. Yeah, definitely like set the scene in a very fantastical and very outworldly kind of way. In many ways that, simulate the senses, give an almost incomprehensible or awe-inspiring feel or kind of a concept to the creature and make things around them feel unnatural. Yeah, definitely. Just it's not just about having them being horrific. Also, the things around them somehow alter in a horrific way that then lets the player kind of, again, imagine it for themselves than necessarily you bedding that image into their mind. Then, how to create a horror contract. Forbidden subjects. Ask every player how. Write a list of things they do not want to experience in the story. Give it to you. Usually, I think consent forms can help you that a lot easier and give you, I think, more in-depth options, but this is definitely also an option. Don't discuss this verbally, as there may be subjects players who like to keep quiet from other players. But tell the group about the topics that are forbidden in your story. It's your role as the game master to see these subjects are kept from the story. When other players bring up any forbidden subject, to discreetly ask them to refrain from its use. Equally, that also applies to anything that you do not want to have presented, that you also have them listed here. What are also the topics that you as a game master do not want to cover? Example, I rip up his jeans with my knife and push him down onto the bed. Then, you know, sexual assault and rape is forbidden subject, so please alter your action. The stop phrase or sign, decide a special word or sign the players can use to stop the game when they feel uncomfortable with a scene. But the stop word or sign is used in the scene is immediately cut. Ask the player who stopped the scene how they feel. And don't start playing again till everyone feels okay. The scene can entirely be discussed and altered or skipped and summarized by the game master. And finally, scary things. Ask each player to tell you about the things that frighten them and would be fun to have in the story. Advise the players to integrate some of all these things in their player character's dark secret advantages. Be sure to get every player involved, as their cooperation will build up and creation of scary scenes easier. Yeah, make sure that all the elements of horror to be kind of collaborative, and you know, the elements of horror that everyone wants to engage with and have fun with, because that's the whole point. You're here to engage in horror to enjoy it for entertainment. Anything that beyond that should be you know, stopped, denied, and have made very clear that it should not be approached in any way, kind of, you know, described, detailed, or somehow directed towards within that scene, because that also can be a thing. Like, do not build scenarios that could go into that direction, while at the same time also make sure that the players do not engage or try to make those sort of scenarios. Because yeah, horror can be a subject that, you know, it can be, depending on the case, kind of stepping a bit on glass, and some people are comfortable with a few things while the others are not. Yeah, but yeah, I think that overall covers it, like the general gist and the general rules, and overall, like, it's detailed enough, and it has, at the very least, when it comes to, because, you know, from this point we got all the elements when it comes to the rules of play. From this point onwards, we have the story and just the general narrative. So this is more about, from this point on, like, half of the book is just giving you world building and NPCs, while the first half was about pure creation. So that's quite a lot, like a 100-page, you know, quick start guide. It's honestly quite a lot, and it offers you decent amount of information. I do like it. It's, again, kind of akin to World of Darkness, but here I would say maybe even more heavily. The roleplay is definitely the main pillar. It's more about creating this dark, horrifying atmospheres where your actions, you know, are there to tell more about the story and to kind of tell them more about the characters' own horrors that they're dealing with, and they are kind of have to confront, while at the same time they're dealing with the general horrors of the world. The setting itself, it's really interesting. I like the concept. Again, to be fair, I do like, again, wow, someone who's a fan of World of Darkness and maybe some of the other games that we've covered, like you know, Call of Cthulhu, Candle Obscura. So yeah, I like the concept of like hidden mystery worlds and uncovering mysteries and all that kind of thing. Like, it also has the element of exploration, but it's definitely heavier on the roleplay aspect, where, you know, It has elements very akin to Blake in the Dark, where all the game mechanic actions are there to lead into different outcomes to push the story forward. Everything is built around to offer a dark atmosphere, and I like the kind of dark secret elements that the game encourages you to kind of build a character with flaws, fears, things that they desire, and things they want to achieve that they want to overcome, or if not necessarily overcome to the extreme, at the very least try to find some sort of a resolution to find a way to kind of get to a point where they feel contempt with what they've got. And there's definitely a lot of it, the concept of divinity, the concept that there's anything beyond there, the horrific actual true world behind. There's definitely a lot of interesting concepts, and I like the setting. To be fair, I'm imagining that this is definitely one of those systems where it's built for the setting, it's built for this. I think you can, again, everyone's KULT and everyone's Metropolis will probably look differently 100%, but it definitely feels like it's kind of built for this game setting. It's kind of built to drive the story, but I would say that maybe with a bit of work you can adapt it to other scenes, other settings, and cover other interesting things. Again, it has all of the other tropes, and to be fair, that's kind of the whole point and the whole trope of horror. And I think this one kind of embodies well the idea that overall, as humans, we are helplessness, and one of the aspects of horror is that aspect of helplessness, of not being able to confront this whatever being whatever being or force of entropy that you're dealing with. Basically facing against this, what at the very least from the surface or from the initial perspective feels like an unstoppable force. This builds it up nicely. Definitely something for me personally to consider maybe in the future. It definitely plays a lot more into the lore. It builds a lot more into the heavy roleplay and improv side of it. I'll probably have to look into it a bit deeply to see if it has the same at the very least the same problem that not necessarily problem, but the same feeling that I currently have with when it comes to like World of Darkness. If I would approach it as a game master, the World of Darkness is a lot about its setting and its world and how it's created around it, and all the mechanical aspects are about and connected to the lore of the setting of that game. And both at the very least when it comes to like what the characters can do, it doesn't feel like it's so ingrained into that, but at the same time the concept and setting of it feels very heavily that you kind of need to understand kind of how this world works and how exactly you design it. But again, feeling that from looking at the kind of these 2 pages of what we cannot see and reading those blurbs and kind of getting this understanding that it's also it kind of also at occasion kind of hints towards the idea that these horrors could be things that have been by that society have associated to folktales, urban legends, maybe even mythology, or any other aspects of that scenario. So you can even build it upon that. So you can have I think a somewhat liberty of interpretation in what kind of horrors and to what extent. Like if you don't want to go too extra planar, you can keep it a bit more grounded, where the horrors are just more connected to folktales, mythology, urban legends, urban myths, maybe certain horror concepts or tropes. And maybe the best you could deal with maybe some weird fantastical things that maybe have been associated or akin to godhood, or creatures that were akin to deities, but that's still somewhat contained within this narrative. But still contained with something a bit more, I would say, grounded in the sense that it's not so extra planar, and keep it more into, and you can still probably keep it more into this idea that you're now more than anything seeing the dark corners of the hidden world, or like broad peaks beyond the curtain, and somehow you have this kind of like morbid drive of trying to understand it more and more and see more for it, very akin to like how Hunter the Reckoning works, or some of the other kind of Call of Cthulhu any other, you know, anything that, to be fair, anything that is ingrained within the horror genre has this element of uncovering the horror. It's not just about you dealing with the horror. I think the most interesting ones are the ones where you are kind of pushed towards uncovering and pushed towards kind of pushing that that bottom line, trying to go beyond what you were shown, and every time skirting to the edge of, you might be always feeling like you're one step of finding out your doom or finding out your worst nightmare, but at the same time you can't feel like you want to stop. You don't feel like you want to stop. Like, I think those are the more interesting ones, not the ones where the horror is a happenstance or an element that is not necessarily with your desire. It's something that you have to deal with and you have to escape, but it has no higher connection beyond that with you. While KULT and some of the other games that we've covered in the past few weeks more relate to the idea that you have this fascination of digging it deeper and probably in the process uncovering even more worse and worse things, and you're not just trying to escape it. You're not trying to escape it. You're trying to understand it, or trying to find something or beyond it, or find the meaning. You have a drive that pushes you into these situations, and no matter what you want, this drive of yours is gonna constantly put you. While, you know, in the latter scenario where there's no drive or there's no connection that gives you here, all that is horror for you is just something that you've encountered. Either could be an outcome unaware of you, maybe aware of your own actions, or maybe the outcomes of someone else's actions that you didn't just want to escape, and that's it. Once you escape it, there's no deeper connection and there's no reason for you to look into it deeper once you've escaped it or stopped it. Which that can work, but more for things or game systems or campaigns that maybe where the element of horror is more episodical. Like, yeah, for example, like in a game of, I don't know, D&D, Pathfinder, any of these kind of systems, like the element of horror can be just something that, I don't know, you might have at best an arc that focuses around it for a good few sessions, but after that you kind of stopped and you can jump into something else. Of course, grim dark horror can still be a part of like general setting. You know, talking about D&D, you have Ravenloft as a whole setting when it comes to the grim dark, but it still has its elements and moments of campiness, and, you know, at the end of the day, you're adventurers that, you know, amass power and get more powerful and all of that, and get the tools necessary to face these horrors. If not immediately at the very first few sessions, later down the line you're gonna get there, and it's either gonna be a game of the game master trying to kind of outdo that, or somehow keep the pace with your increasing power, or just or simply find a point where there's got to be a conclusion. And, you know, those, yeah, they can still be dark atmosphere, they can still be something horrifying and more about kind of the psychological aspect, but I don't know, the element of helplessness, or the element that you're fighting a bigger threat, but at the same time you still want to go in the same direction that bigger threat is in, I think it's a bit more interesting. But anyways, I think that kind of covers it. I don't think I have much else to say about KULT, or kind of go cover it, and thankfully I was able to go through it in a good entirety. As I said before, when it comes to like big lore blurbs, the general listing of character or options, and or like game master options like NPC and items and all that sort of things, I usually kind of skim through it, because, you know, that's something for you to look into it more deeply and discover yourself. I just kind of am here to look for the overview, so I'm thankful that the overview overall was able to be covered within one stream session, and I think this is a good conclusion for me. So let me put myself into the chatting screen, because I don't see any other reason, but definitely I would recommend it. Definitely I will say for you to check it out or give it a look, see if it might be your vibe. So yeah, we have to say there is a game system that I still have that we can check it out for, that Ghost has gifted me a while back, that we can check out for some of our streams. If not, there might be some other things, or who knows, we might make a habit of checking more quick start rules like we did today, and try to do like more of these kind of shorter, instead of doing like multi-parters where I cover bigger chapters. I can go through like a small rundown of the entire system, like with quick start rules that happens only within the confines of one stream, so that way people have access to the VOD fully from one stream, and they can just jump in at any moment they want to. And that also can be, that's probably something I'm gonna do once I'm gonna be out of systems to cover. I'm gonna either look at freely available systems that probably are a lot shorter by comparison, or try to find other quick start rules for other things that I would like to look at. Because there are still a few out there that are interesting, worth viewing. But yeah, anyways, that kind of covers it for me. That's gonna be it. But before I go, as per usual, I like to say hi to friends and see what they are doing. And if I'm not mistaken, there should be charity things still happening today. I would like to find somebody new. I'm pretty sure there are other people outside of me. A dream of some sort. It's not the usuals. Let's see. There's somebody who was live. Running already for like a few hours. They might all this, so yeah, why not? Let's do this one. That's something up, I bet. I like to also jump at some new people, not just the usual. Down one chat. Save now. Channel. Start raid. So we are jumping at Toko Meow6 stream. He's playing some Fields of Mishra for Stream for a Cause, raising money and doing funny things. I think might be his last stream for this charity, or might be doing another one for the first. Not fully sure. He's been out here for a bit, but either way, I'm still gonna raid no matter what, because I wanted to also raid some new people, not just the usuals that I've jumped so far for the charity event. So that's gonna be the go-to. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We're gonna see. As I said, a big system I still have like lined up for the next upcoming weeks, at least for a good chunk of November, and then we'll see what exactly we're gonna do when it comes to ttrpg things. But aside from that, tomorrow we're doing a Blair Witch marathon. We're playing the entire game as kind of like a conclusion for the spooky season, and that's gonna be the last stream for the week. And then we're gonna come back with another stream for Monday, as I have like a thing for Tuesday, and depending on it, I might still debate if I'm actually gonna revert to doing a Monday Tuesday schedule and with a Thursday Friday. That might still something for me to about it. But yeah, that's the plan, that's the idea. That's what's gonna be happening. Thank you guys so much for being here. You've been amazing. Don't forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.